To today's City Council regular meeting for Monday, May 16th. We have a couple of study session items to kick off the night. First up is going to be City Attorney Tamara Niles, as well as DDA Attorney Hillary Graham. Our legal consultant will be present to discuss the proposed administrative revisions to the city charter. Good evening, Ms. Graham.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So, as the Mayor mentioned, I do work with the DDA, but I also have a little bit of a specialty in charters. So, I'm here to assist you with your consideration of amendments that could go to voters in November. We've put together a collection of about 8 or so that are deemed sort of administrative, non-controversial, that cleanup type changes. So I'll walk through those quickly, and then if there are some that you want to say hold off on, these require more attention, we can pull those off, and the ones that you're comfortable with will go forward and begin drafting in a format that we could then send to voters. That step, of course, would require City Council approval again of the actual ballot language. So we're not there yet. These are just sort of the conceptual changes. The first one is, and this is going to apply throughout. This is simply do I advance it here? I do. Oh, so to go back, I kind of skipped forward quickly, but of course we're anticipating the November 8th general election. And the step that would come next is the changes you do want to pursue would be drafted in the form of ballot questions that then City Council would approve. The ballot content deadline is early September, so we have some time. So our first proposed change is to clean up the entire document, replacing gendered language with gender silent language, and that's more than just a he, she kind of adjustment. It's actually removing gender, usually replacing it with the proper noun. So this first example I pulled up from Article 3, Section 24, but it appears throughout. So the mayor would replace references to he. Generally, it's a male preference, but what we're going to try to get beyond that and just use the general terms, or the specific terms to replace the pronouns. This would also apply to changing references to councilman, councilman, councilmen, and councilperson, which are kind of sprinkled throughout, used somewhat inconsistently. And those would all be replaced with the one term, council member. And that would allow us to then clean up Article 1, Section 4, which includes this kind of catch-all term that says, when we say masculine, we mean everybody. So we could remove that and go on. So that's the first broad category of changes. Again, that would be reflected throughout the document. And likely, not to get ahead of ourselves, but likely that one ballot question would simply ask voters for permission to make these changes, and then by ordinance we would go through and actually parse out which ones get changed. The next category of changes really relate to elections, and there's 2 in this category. One is to get away from the idea of polling place elections. When this charter was adopted, that was the norm. Now mail ballot elections are the norm. And we would like to broaden the references to polling places in specific polling times. As you all, as voters know, you now usually get your ballot in the mail, and you can submit it at any point prior to 7 p.m. on election day. So we would clean up that language to comply with state law, which now recognizes voter polling places and voting centers and all sorts of things outside of the sort of old-fashioned polling place concept. And of course also allows voting to occur at any time within that statutory window. This is another election-related item that has to do with redistricting. This change would simply adjust the reference to 15% to the constitutional requirement of 10%. And this is a federal constitutional requirement as to redistricting. It requires the variance among districts be within that 10% boundary. So currently it's too broad. Sort of related to elections, related to council terms as a result of elections, we would propose broadening the reference to the start of council terms, simply to get away from the idea that there's a specific time that a new council term starts, and to acknowledge that there are other preliminary steps like taking an oath and making sure the election results are certified. So we would probably just broaden this language to state that the new terms begin at the next meeting following certification of the election results, or something to that effect. We don't want it to look like somebody can roll in here at 8 o'clock p.m. following an election and take office. We know there are other things that need to happen first. Similarly, and as we all know too well from our pandemic experience, we want to broaden the allowances for where City Council can meet. This provision actually held up pretty well, Article 3, Section 27, because it already included some flexibility, and I know that you used it by holding remote meetings and such, but we would like to just make that a little more official, allow for more flexibility, allowing remote meetings if appropriate. And what we would probably recommend is, instead of getting into that level of detail, simply allow meetings to take place, any time when proper notice has been given. As you all know, the open meetings law largely dictates how that can work now. The next proposed change is specific to an airport that never was, and that's in Article 7, Section 52, as to the city manager's duties. You'll see in this slide that they start out very general and things that we can all get behind and still agree that the city manager needs to do, enforcing the laws and appointing city employees. And then by the time we get down to this M in the laundry list, it's really specific as to airports. So we would suggest removing that, and as we're doing that, we might find that there are other sort of non-controversial cleanup items within this section that we could propose to eliminate. But we would, of course, bring that to you when we're actually drafting the proposed ballot language. It's just that as that list gets longer and more specific, you're more likely to run into things that no longer apply or get outdated. The next change proposed would be to reflect compliance with the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. Article 9, Part 3, Section 73 of your charter includes some specific provisions that are in conflict with the CGIA. And that's likely because the CGIA was adopted or amended after your charter was. So now that state law requires the city to allow up to 182 days after the date of a discovery of an injury to receive a notice of claim. And while your charter is specific as to 2 years from the occurrence of an accident to set the statute of limitations, there are situations in which the city would only actually need to honor a 1-year statute of limitations, so we want to take that 2 years out so as not to unnecessarily broaden the city's exposure to liability. This next one, as to library board membership, there is, I gather maybe that there's been trouble filling all those seats because it specifies a membership of 9. So what we would propose is set a minimum. So the library board shall be comprised of at least 5 members or as set by ordinance. So we would allow some flexibility where the charter gives sort of the floor, and then by ordinance, city council could expand that if there was a ton of interest in library board membership. This issue, interestingly, could be applied throughout the boards and commissions section of the charter. We don't necessarily need to go there, but all of them set a specific membership amount. So all of them could be sort of subject to that same change where we set the ceiling and allow membership numbers to actually fluctuate by ordinance. But again, we don't need to open that can of worms. If only the library board membership is an issue, we can certainly stick to that and only change that provision. And then we're coming into the home stretch here. This change would amend the charter's references to competitive bidding. There are a lot of ordinances and policies of the city that also take up this issue. So the idea would be to sort of despecify the charter, allow those ordinances and policies to fill in the gaps. So rather than referencing $25,000, which now doesn't look like so much, we would set it as at an amount to be determined by ordinance. And that amount would be what triggered competitive bidding. Similarly, there's a provision that allows for sort of financially interested contracts, which we could have a whole, we could have a whole, I had pushed it away because I didn't want it up in my face. So there's a provision that allows for financially interested contracts of sort of a de minimis nature, at not exceeding $100. Again, we would propose to take that out. Whether or not that provision has stood the test of time, I think we could discuss separately. But well, for now, the recommendation is to simply allow those interested party contracts at a dollar amount to be set by City Council rather than specifying $100. So that's what we have identified as sort of the low-hanging fruit. I'm happy to take questions, discuss any of them. If you have feedback about what you do and don't want to include, I'm happy to hear that now. Or if you want to think about it and follow up with Tamara and give her your feedback that way, that works too.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Attorney Graham. For the presentation, any questions from council? Member Noonkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This is helpful. And I think that, a lot of these make a lot of sense. We obviously want this to be a really clear guiding document for our city and remain flexible for how the city changes. One of the questions I had was about the election certification. So I know you said that it would be the first regular meeting after the election is certified. What's interesting about our elections is that we don't administer them. Our county does, the county coordinated election. And the certification date is not always the same.
Oh, no. It's not usually.
So you would
there
have
is a lag,
council members all with a different term date starts and date ends. And so then we may have shifting, if three are up the same year, one starts this week, the other one starts 2 weeks later. Do you see a concern about that, or should it be a date certain?
Well, and that's why I like going with the certification of the election results, because that happens, if it's a coordinated election, the county clerk does it by a date certain. And so then all the newly elected council members would take office the meeting following that. So their term would begin that date. The lag is an issue that every jurisdiction I work with has. And what we typically advise is if someone's elected by a clear margin and you have a fairly good sense that that election result is going to hold up, you certainly could allow that person to take office. However, if you're in a situation where one of the races is close and you have potential runoff for one of the members, you do then look at maybe having different start dates. So really the cleanest approach is to wait till certification, which could be a good month after. So for November elections, you could be waiting until December to get your new members sworn in and participating. That's certainly something to consider. I think it's probably the better option. And the people who are elected and expect to participate and be sworn in can certainly, be participating in the meetings, staying abreast of situations. They're just not yet voting.
So to be clear, this is how you see it in other municipalities, where some terms maybe end in November, some will end in December, based on when you were seated, based on the certification of your election.
So I'm not aware of that happening, because typically a council term will be that it ends at, say it's a 3-year term and they serve until their successor is in place. So there's always that, usually I'd say there's that tail end language that allows a person to serve past the election date, but until their successor has been sworn in and takes office. So that I don't ever see that a problem. More so I see the election happens on, November 8th. There's a council meeting on November 11th. Can the new people be sworn in? And everybody's always raring to go, and that's certainly understandable. But at that point, you're operating from non-final election results.
Great. Thank you so much. And then just to give my feedback on the board and commission question, I am supportive of at least evaluating if we've had any issue getting the number of seats that we have in our charter on our boards and commissions. And so if other boards and commissions would also benefit from that change, I'd like to explore that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any other questions from council? Member Woodward.
Yes, going to boards and commissions again. Did I understand you correctly? If we put the numbers into, like, the 9 members in the library board, that pretty much sticks that number as a permanent number until the charter's changed, correct?
Correct.
So I guess I would think that it would make more sense as directed by code or by council to come back to that, because from time to time it changes. And KEB was a good example of that.
Yeah, so I think the general sort of best practice would be to set a minimum. And it's hard to have a board of 3. 5 is kind of the magic number usually. The charter could specify it shall consist of at least 5 members, and that council can adjust that number higher by ordinance. And then if you want a 7-member board or a 9-member board, you can certainly do that.
Also, I do remember one election, it was either 2003 or 2005, when there was one seat that it was really close. I mean, I don't remember the exact number, but I think the county clerk worked with the city clerk, and they finally ended up certifying it. I think it was the day that we were sworn in, or that the swearing in happened.
Yeah,
So,
fun
all
stuff
right,
can
that's
happen.
all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So back to the board and commission, not all boards and commissions are in the charter. There are only certain ones that the charter labels.
Requires.
I would hate to make it all encompassing. I mean, because like Planning and Zoning Commission, I think the things that were set up by the original charter are very good for those. And because not all boards and commissions are in the charter, and I think they're dictated by their bylaws, most of those rules, so.
By the what?
Bylaws of the committee.
Oh, yeah, well, typically a board or commission will be set by created by ordinance, and then that ordinance will set out how many members.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so they may be created by ordinance, so there's that. I don't have an issue with that. So are almost all elections certified by the first time that were installed in the past?
No, so I always read that the unofficial results are this, and that the certification usually comes within a few days or a week after that. But in a case where there was a really close race, or if there had to be a runoff, then obviously that would change that. So when we do swear people in, it's based off unofficial results.
And so then what happens in the way that we're doing it now before changing, if it's not official and it's unofficial results and people are sworn in, do they vote? And I mean, on
Yeah,
issues that come
I
up?
mean, typically it doesn't matter at all because the unofficial results end up being the official results, and so they've just had an opportunity to serve a little bit longer. If someone were to be sort of, I don't know, dethroned after certification of results, then you'd have potentially an invalid vote. But I mean, that's if it's a majority vote and that one vote didn't make a difference, you have essentially nothing. So I think it's a pretty low stakes situation, but if we're in here tinkering with this document, maybe we should just do it right.
But if we do it that way, that
Mhm.
may change the date. If we're gonna do that, like the municipal judge, the election is the first Tuesday in November, but he's not sworn in till January, which means that those results would be official. I mean, so if we're gonna talk about changing to something different, we probably should change the date of installation also then.
You could. Or you could specify that, so by election law, the county clerks have to certify by a certain date, which I believe is 30 days, but I would want to double check that. So you could specify, for example, in your charter that the council members take office the first meeting in December, which likely would get you past that. However, you might have a special election, you might have, I could think of other potential situations. So I'm not sure we want to lock in a date. Rather, maybe it's best to say the first meeting following certification.
Okay.
But we can certainly revisit that, and when we put together a draft language, we can talk about it again. Maybe I can put some alternatives in there.
Okay, let's see, there was another one. Oh, one of the ideas that I have, I think in the original charter, it also lists council member salaries, which they aren't anywhere near that.
Didn't find that in the charter. I don't
Okay.
believe it is in the charter,
Okay,
because I think that would have come up with in our list of quick fixes.
yeah, that's what,
Mhm.
I thought it was in the charter,
Okay.
in the paper copy is where I've seen it.
I'm going to defer to Tamara to see if she.
It is Charter Section 21. The mayor shall receive $75, member of council $50, but it can be changed by ordinance, and it has been.
Okay.
But I mean, we might as well change it if we're changing, right?
Well, it already allows the change by ordinance, which you're taking advantage of. So, I mean, these calls are tough. It's
Well, we can leave it there, right?
You can leave it there.
Because then there's this history that
yeah.
takes
There's
it back
kind
to the
of that
beginning.
quaint reference to.
Yeah. Okay, and then just one other thing that I would like to weigh in, and that is on changing the election items, the location and the logistics. I'm not certain I want to change the charter to comply with mail-in ballots. That was actually pretty controversial when they started it, and I already see that there are several states already changing that law. So I think that that's something that we ought to consider before we go ahead and move forward with that.
Yeah, and I don't think the recommendation would be to explicitly reference mail ballot elections. It would be to state something along the lines of the election shall be held in compliance with state law. Period. So if there is a statutory change and county clerks stop doing mail ballot elections, we're not out of compliance.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member
Thank
Russell.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, my first question is just more general. Are specific language for each of these amendments going to be on the ballot, or can you do it by general, like change every, by a general question? Would you allow us to change every place that the term limits are set for board and
Right.
commission?
Gotcha. That's what we're gonna noodle over between
Okay.
now and
So
when
either
the
one is
ballot
acceptable.
yeah, it's kind of a balance between what makes it most clear and most succinct. In some of them, I can see there's a handful of them that will probably literally show the black line.
Yeah.
Similar to what we've done on the slides, where others like the gender absent language, that would really be a conceptual, do voters approve the idea of changing these references in the charter? And we wouldn't enumerate each
Wouldn't
of them.
enumerate each one?
No.
Okay, the second question is on the purchasing. It looks like our existing language says in excess of 25,000 or as prescribed by ordinance. So it allows, is that correct? That's the current language allows for it to be changed?
It does, and I believe that it has been changed because I think
Yeah.
now the amount is more like 50,
Right.
55.
So, I mean, if we're gonna be asking a bunch of questions on the ballot, I'm just wondering if we need to ask, if this is just I feel like if we ask too many, we get in a place of overwhelming the voters, and since this doesn't actually change anything, it's kind of like the $75 for the mayor's, salary. Like, there's no reason to really change that one. I'm not sure I see a reason to bother changing this one if it already allows it to be changed by ordinance. So that's kind of where I would lean on.
Yeah, kind
On
of
that one.
limit
Just
the
remove
number.
one more question, remove one question off the ballot, leaves us in the same place. And then I wanted to weigh in on the timeline for swearing in. I recognize that it would be a change for us because we always have sworn in the first regular council meeting after the election. But I do think it makes sense to wait until the elections are certified. Since I've been around, we haven't had one of those really tight elections, but it sounds like we could be setting ourselves up for some potential community conflict if all the other, there was a tight race and all the other council members were sworn in and one was delayed until it was certified or something like that. So I would like to just go with the swearing in happens the first regular council meeting after certification, as I think you've suggested in here. I think that's a better approach ultimately.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward.
Speaking to what Member Anderson had just mentioned, if there was, let's say there are 4 council members running for 4 seats, or there's 8 council members running for 4 seats, and only 3 of them they can certify, 4 of them, the 4th one is that very close one.
Yeah.
Can that still work to certify the 3 at the next meeting?
I don't think that's how the county clerk certification works. That my understanding is that the clerk certifies the entirety of the election results, so it's not a per race certification. So one close race would hold up certification
Oh,
of the
okay.
entire.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? You answered my questions as well, Madam Attorney. I guess the only thing that I do have is just, I'm going back and thinking about certification for the last election. I want to say we took almost a full 30 days. I want to say it didn't get certified until sometime in December. So I'm in agreement with Member Anderson in terms of that type of change. And it sounds like members of the council also want to have that type of change. But you'll be coming back next month to kind of talk about where we stand with some of these
Yeah, so
initiatives.
that's sort of next steps is we would start drafting and I would work with Tamara about a timeline. I'm not aware of what your agendas are like or how hard or easy. I imagine it's quite hard to get on them. So I'll work with her and maybe we'll bring back a couple at a time actually drafted where you can chime in on those. But you'll definitely see them again and you're going to need to see them in a business meeting where you actually approve them by resolution to get onto the ballot.
Yeah, Madam Attorney, I think we have you scheduled for that first Monday in June.
Well, I should get that
so
on my calendar then.
tentatively scheduled right now. So
Okay.
obviously it's open to change, but
Good to know.
definitely early June. If no other questions from council, I think we're good to go. Thank you, Madam Attorney,
Okay.
for the presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on next, it's Assistant City Manager Tim Dodd will be present to discuss the National Citizen Survey. Good evening, Mr. Dodd.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight's presentation is partially informational and partially looking for direction. So the main reason I'm here tonight is for direction, for your direction around the custom questions that we're allowed to include in the survey. But as the last time we did the survey was about 2 years ago, I did want to spend a few minutes just going over a little bit of information about the survey and its history. So the background is that we use something called the National Citizen Survey. This instrument was first developed in 2001. It was developed in partnership with an organization called the National Citizen Survey Bureau, I believe, and the International City Management Association, or ICMA. It is now part of POLCO, which you're probably familiar with, which is an organization the city has used for a variety of different polling services. Englewood has used this service a few different times in its history. We first used it in 2007, and then I believe we've used it every other year since 2014. So we did a survey in 2018, and we did a survey in 2020. Those were the last two that we did. It is now currently utilized by 350 different jurisdictions in the United States and 46 states since it has been in existence in 2001. There's many different reasons why cities choose to do these surveys. The first is to track qualitative data related to service performance. So many of the questions, as you've seen, I did include the 2020 survey in your packet, relate to opinions on how we deliver our services, so core services delivered by a city. They also help us understand the needs of the community, so they help us identify some areas of concern, some questions that the community may have about things they'd like to see resolved. They may also, and I'll get to this in a second, this third bullet when I talk about the custom questions, is the surveys may also help us identify areas of concern that we would like to focus on in the future. They help us identify areas that need attention, and they also do help us track trends over time. So from time to time, the POLCO does make some changes into the questions, but many of these questions have been in the survey for many years, and so it helps us look at trends over time. As you probably are aware, we've now, in our most recent version of the strategic plan, we do include some of the survey data to basically show where we're performing or maybe not performing at a high level. One of the nice things about using this national organization is that it does help us benchmark across other cities. So for every question, it does show whether we're above, equal to, or below the national trends. The national trends being, of course, other cities that are participating in this program. So just to show you a little bit about the methodology that POLCO uses, so they actually do two surveys, so it's kind of two surveys in one, but two different methods, and the results are given to us separately. So the main method is called probability-based methodology, and essentially under this method, they use a list, it's typically the US Postal Service list, and they randomly identify addresses, and they send them information about how to take the survey. So they typically, their goal is about 2,800 households will get the survey. Those households that are randomly selected first get a postcard, and then a week later they get a survey packet, which has all the information they need, as well as the actual survey itself. Unfortunately, they do not offer a phone-in option. I believe they used to at one point. So there's essentially two different ways people can complete the survey. One way is by just taking that packet and mailing it back in. They do get a postage-paid envelope. And the other option, though, is that they do have a URL. Those people who receive the survey who can take it online if they rather do that than complete the packet. So that's the main part of the survey, is probability-based. However, they do also provide something called open participation, and that essentially means that anyone in the community who wants to take the survey can. As I mentioned, when they provide the results to us, they separate them. So they don't mix methodologies. They provide us essentially two different reports, one report for probability-based and one report for open participation. Open participation is something I think they've added. I'm not exactly sure when, but it's relatively new. It's obviously not scientific the way probability-based methodology is, but it does provide an opportunity for anyone in the community who wants to weigh in to weigh in. This is done during the last 2 weeks of data collection, and typically it's a link. It could be shared through social media and other ways. The city transmits information, and as I mentioned, the results are separated. So the timeline is that the invitation postcards will be sent out pretty soon, so starting on June 6th. The survey invitations with the actual survey will be sent out, as I mentioned previously, a week later, so on June 13th. Then the last 2 weeks, so essentially it's about a 6 week or so period, so 4 weeks where it's just a probability-based survey from the 13th of June till the 11th of July. And then there's 2 weeks where both will be open. So the open participation is open from July 11th for 2 weeks from there. And then the probability-based closes at the same time, 2 weeks after July 11th. We'll get the draft report on August 22nd, and then we'll report it to council at a study session in September, which is, I believe, how it was done in 2020. last time we did have a representative from Polco join us for that presentation, so we'll try to do that again. So that's the informational part. The direction that we're requesting tonight relates to custom questions. So part of our agreement with Polco, and so this survey itself is about $3,500, and it's part of a larger agreement with Polco. And as far as surveys go, that's substantially less than a lot of other surveys like this can cost. We are able to do 2 or 3 questions. In 2018, there were 2 questions that related to funding. And then in 2020, there were 3 questions, 2 of which you see on this slide, and then 1 on the next slide. So 1 is related to off-leash dog rules, and then 1 was related on this slide to homelessness. And then there was a 3rd question that related to housing and opinions related to new duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, and condos in Englewood. So council may have this variety of things you could consider. You could consider keeping the same questions, those 3 questions that were utilized in 2020. One of the benefits, of course, of keeping similar questions is that you're able to benchmark year to year. A negative, though, of course, is that you wouldn't be able to ask new questions that you may be interested in. You could certainly keep some, but maybe add 1 or 2, and then, or you could opt to replace all of those 3 questions that I just went over with new questions in 2022. I did in your packet, I included a chart showing the strategic plan and showing the different questions that are asked in the survey and how they relate to different areas in the strategic plan, just to note if there's anything in there that you'd like to see added as part of the custom questions. So that's the presentation.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Dodd. Any questions from council? Member Newnenkamp?
Thank you for the presentation. We solicit our community's feedback a lot. We want to know how they feel about things, what they think of certain initiatives, so that we can be informed to do our jobs well. Can you just walk through how you think we utilize this data different than maybe like issue specific when we go for a specific survey on something, and how all of the different data sets kind of tie into one another for our decision making?
Yeah, so it's definitely evolving. I think it's something we're definitely getting better at. As I mentioned, this is the strategic plan that you adopted a few months ago is the first time ever, I believe, that we've ever put data from the survey basically against the strategic plan to basically show how they connect. This is really, it's a lot of the surveys we do, of course, are not scientific. Some of them are, though. This survey, the main part of it, the probability-based part, is a scientific survey, and it's more general than subject-specific surveys. So it does help us better understand, I would say, service delivery. So it asks a lot of questions, related to everything that we provide, right? So public safety services, the library, roads and public works, utilities. So it really is kind of, I think, the only survey that we do that really collects kind of general feedback on the, I guess for lack of a better term, day-to-day services that we provide. I also think one of the unique parts of this survey compared to some other surveys that we do is that it benchmarks against other cities. Now, as I showed you, since 2020, so 21 years, there's been, I think, 360 or so other jurisdictions. So it's not 5,000, right, which is, I think, the number of cities in the United States. However, it does help understand a little bit more about how we compare to other cities in the United States. And I believe it does, I have to double check on this, but I believe last time at least it helped us. We were able to kind of compare against cities in the region as well, not just generally in the United States. So I would say the benchmarking part and the general services part, and then the probability, the methodology as well, are what maybe makes it stand it apart.
That's helpful, thank you. I just know with some of these supplemental questions, we're also asking those, sometimes in specific surveys, things like Code Next, and just would love to continue to see a lot of thoughtfulness and strategy with how we decide to use specific instruments for different projects, and then how we're thinking about, survey fatigue and all of those things to make sure that we're really getting the best data possible. So that answers my question. Thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Dodd. The first thing is I was going through this, looking in the memo, looking at the results from 2020, and I was able to locate the 2 of the questions that we supplemental questions, but I couldn't find the results of the off-leash dog question, and I know we had done I think we did a whole other scientific survey on that. So am I missing something? Is it just not included in this report, or maybe I'm not locating it properly?
They weren't included in that report, but I could certainly
Okay.
see it. I think we could get that report from communications. But yes, and I believe we actually use Polco, the same company,
Okay.
to actually do the detailed report. So we can certainly provide that to council.
Okay, I was just making sure that we actually did
Yeah,
did
we
ask that
we
question.
did, yes.
Okay, and then my follow up is I would really like to ask at least some of these questions, and I guess the off leash one is of a little less interest to me than the other two, but I think the other two questions, both on homelessness and development, continue to be, significant issues in the city, and I would really be interested to see how 2022 stacks up against 2020. So I'd be interested in leaving at least those two questions, if not all three of them, on there. I don't know, maybe there's another issue, but I would kind of like to see at least two of those. Maybe there's a new question we need to ask, but I'd like to see those two continue. So that's for the consideration of council.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any other comments from council? I'll go ahead and weigh in on just those three questions. I've been going back and forth on it in terms of whether or not it makes sense for us to add those questions again. I agree with Member Anderson, at least two of the three. I'm actually going to lean forward to keeping on the off-leash dog question on there, and not necessarily because council may be looking at it in the future, but because we already have that baseline. I'm just kind of curious about what that may be, or how the public's attitude has changed towards it. But I can understand why there may be some hesitancy from council to have that question on there, just because it may look like we're reevaluating that question. But because we have that baseline, I figure that maybe we should ask if it brings more people to council to comment, all the better. So I think that's the reason why I would prefer to have all three questions asked again as part of the survey, but that's just one opinion. Any other comments from council? I don't think we've given direction just yet. I think Member Anderson has on two of the three questions at the very least. Member Woodward.
Yes, I would like to see the off-leash addressed again, simply because I think we are looking at some other opportunities in the future for more off-leash parks, and it would be nice to know that how the community feels about that. I would assume the community would feel very positive about that, which would support what we're doing. So I would like to see that.
Rose colored glasses there, right, Jim? No, I'm joking with you. No, okay, so you're in favor of keeping all three questions on then, Member Woodward? Or at the very least, the off-leash dog park question?
Not necessarily these exact three, but the first two.
Mike, Jim.
Yeah, your mic.
I said not exactly these three questions, but the first A and B for sure.
Just specific to the off-leash.
Correct.
Okay. And
Is that one question?
that is one
So-
question, Member Woodward.
I mean, okay, so that box is one question.
Yes, and the A, B, and C were the three choices for the survey respondents to answer that
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
So Member Woodward, you would not want to see the homelessness question nor the zoning question, or basically duplex, triplex?
Yeah, I don't want to see all three of these regarding the off-leash. I was just rereading them and coming up with what I thought I'd want to see.
Anything else, Member Woodward?
No.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councilmember Wink has her
Ah.
hand up.
Member Wink, you're up next. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. I see you always looking at me. I feel very positively about including the homelessness and the zoning question. I think those are great, right? So I love that. And I'm having a little maybe more trouble than Member Woodward. I don't have such clarity in including the off-leash. Maybe because of the knots on my spinal column from the last few years of off leash discussion. But if there is, if it results in an opportunity to gain more feedback from a wider audience of our community, a broader sample size, then I'm in favor of it, and maybe we should just do it. So that's if that's helpful. Thanks.
It is, Member Wing. So you're saying no to the off-leash dog park question, but yes to the other two for homelessness and.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So you stand in the same camp as Member Anderson based off his initial answer.
Yeah, so I'm with Anderson and not Woodward. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wink. I'll go to Member Russell and then back to Member Anderson. Member Russell.
Thank you. Actually, I would be in favor of including all 3 questions, including the off-leash dog park. If council has made the correct decision, the survey ought to substantiate that. And if we haven't made the right decision, then I think it's something that we probably need to look at. So I'm in favor of leaving all 3 of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
I'm happy to leave all 3 of them, especially if we don't have any good alternative questions that we really think need asked. And I think the only subject I would be potentially interested in asking about is something about the redevelopment of the city center. I think that's just, but I'm afraid the timing would, like if we asked a question now and we got an answer after we already made a decision, then maybe that wouldn't be that helpful. So I would lean towards, I guess, keeping all 3 absent a solid alternative. So I'm happy to go with all 3.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we pay by question to add these?
No, well, so we pay $3,500 for this survey, and what we pay includes 2 to 3 custom questions.
Okay.
If we were to add more, then we'd pay more, but what we're talking about tonight is included in the cost.
So 2 or 3 same costs. That's helpful for me. I'm in favor of going with all 3 with my colleagues. I will say, I think, and to my point earlier, we're asking a lot of these very similar questions on the development piece and a lot of the Code Next surveys that we're doing. We have a huge citizen engagement piece there. I think some of our surveys are feeling duplicative to me. And, the value that I see in this survey is to have a really good benchmark year over year for us to get great data that we can use. And I wasn't here obviously on council last year when these questions were decided, but I would like to see maybe some more general questions that we could keep for several years to really see how we're doing, and maybe not quite so specific on some of these things, so that we don't have the same kind of question every year of like, oh, do we keep the same questions? I think obviously we're kind of baked into it now, and so I'm fine keeping these, but perhaps next year we could look at a more kind of long-term set of questions about what would make sense, what's the best data that we need to do our jobs really well, that we're not gonna ask on project-specific things otherwise. I agree with Councilmember Anderson. I'm eager to know how our citizens feel about city center redevelopment, but I also fully expect us to have a very big citizen outreach push for that. And so how can we think about what does this tool serve? What purpose does this tool serve for us versus everything else that we do?
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Woodward.
Thank you. I just trying to narrow that. My thought was down to one question, which would be something to the effect of, should the city provide more off-leash park opportunities? And what I'm thinking of there is, it had been recommended and presented by the Task Force and Parks and Recreation Commission for a off-leash park for small dogs at the west side of Cushing Park, across the street on Inca, in a vacant area owned by the city for small dogs. And I didn't hear, I wasn't listening to the meeting when the decision was made. I don't know why that was turned down. But something like that, we are looking at a very large new reservoir, larger than Rotolo, that may be an opportunity. And so that's what I'm trying to get at there. And spread them out a little more. Everything's in District 4. I mean, not everything, but Northwest is way up on the hill in Canine Corral and Jason Park in District 4, and then Duncan, District 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. If you don't mind, if I could just comment on your statement. I think the way that I'm seeing this is that I would prefer to just keep, if we're gonna have these questions on here, these 2 or 3 custom questions on here, I would prefer these stay the same so we can actually keep the baseline of the results or understand what the results, how they differ from the previous year. If we do want to look again at off-leash dog parks and get into more of the granular details that you're explaining, then I think that that would be a different POCL survey, not necessarily the citizen survey. So that's the way I'm reading it. I'm not sure if Member Wink or Member Noonan-Camp, since they specialize in surveys or at least have a better knowledge than I do, if they want to weigh in on that. But that's the way that I'm seeing this. Member Noonan-Camp.
Yeah, I would agree. To have the data that would be valuable to the city, I think keeping it the same year over year is helpful. To my point earlier, I think questions year over year provide a lot of value to us.
Any other questions or comments from Council? Member Wink.
Yeah, repeated measures over time bring a lot of value, so that's helpful statistically.
Thank you, Member Wink. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Assistant City Manager, thank you very much. Actually, I should just ask, do you have direction on how we stand on this?
I believe so.
Or-
So it's to keep the 3 that we have as
Correct.
they are.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Dodd, for the presentation tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And Council, I'm not sure how you guys feel. Do you guys want a short break before we start the regular session, or should we just move into calling the meeting in order?
I
We're
could-
right around time.
Use a break.
Let's take we'll just take a 10-minute break. We'll just go ahead and start up again at 7 o'clock.
8 minutes.
Members of council, please be seated. Members of council, we're starting up again. Oh. I used it. I told you I was going to use it. Thank you, council. We're now on to agenda item 2, so I'm calling this meeting to order. And if you're able to rise, we're now going to state the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And City Clerk, can you take roll call?
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson,
Present?
Member Noonenkamp,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Present.
Member Wink,
Present.
Member Woodward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, consideration of minutes from the previous session. Any changes to the minutes from the May 2nd, 2022 meeting? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes from Monday, May 2nd.
Thank you, Member Russell. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. And can we vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. There's no agenda item 6 for tonight. Moving on to recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner, and council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue. And please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. So we do have a few members tonight. First up is going to be Mr. Jess Gerardi, an Englewood resident, to address council regarding the Civic Center building. Good evening, Mr. Gerardi. If you could just state
Good
your
evening.
name and your address or your cross streets.
Thank you. I'm going to take this off while I'm talking, and then when you're talking, I'll put it back on. I'm
Sounds
deaf
great.
in my right ear. My name is Jess Gerardi. I've been an Englewood citizen since 1963. My current address is 762 East Amherst Place, which is near Clarkson and Yale. I was Citizen of the Year for the City of Englewood in 1994. And I was sitting back there with my former student Judy, who was also a Citizen of the Year. I was the band director at Englewood High School for 21 years, and in 1971 and 1980, we had a banner that said Englewood, Colorado on it, and that banner went in front of 2 million people live and 20 million people on TV as we marched in the Pasadena Tournament of Roses parade. So I send that out because I think that sometimes people forget things that have been done. It's been quite a while since I was at the city council, about 1996. I had 135 people here with me. And we were here to save the building we were in right now. And we did save it. And I sent a thing to you that showed you something that was talked about at that time. It's an auditorium for 1,700 people that could be built right into this building very easily. And these are the plans, so you have those. there are many, many uses for this building, in my opinion. But watch out for the developers, because a developer may want to come in and tear it down and put something here or promise something that might be here, and we may never get what we promised. Some of you have seen these things. One of them says, what's happening with Cinderella City? Okay, talks about the theater, the 20-screen movie theater, the retail, the parking, all of the stuff, the town square. We never got any of that. But more so would be the original plan for when they tore down Cinderella City, and I save everything, so I still have it. And it shows some nice restaurants along Hampton. Well, I want to assure you, we never got those restaurants, or they'd be there now. And the big problem is sometimes a developer comes in with the great ideas, sells the city council on a project or what we should do with this or that, and we never get it. We never got what we were planned. The restaurants, the outdoor concert venue, there's a little map of that. It's not quite up to date because they followed by bringing us a little sample of what the theater should have been with the green room and the restrooms and the dressing rooms and the lighting and the sound and everything for full-scale productions outdoors. Vince LaGuardia, who was then the director of the Arapahoe Philharmonic, he is since deceased, and I were invited to come down and approve all of that stuff. We never got it. It's not there. We still have concerts there, but under very minimal conditions. So my concern to be here tonight is to let you know that some people had some good ideas. Al Vormatig, who was once a council person, had a great idea about how the train, the light rail, should come into a building that looks like DIA. People get off the train and they could go buy trinkets or magazines or soda pop or whatever they wanted to buy right after they got off the train. Well, we never did that. Littleton kind of did, but we didn't. Every city that I know of any stature has a city museum with artifacts in it. We have some artifacts in a closet in this building that have never been able to be put out. Why? Because we don't have a city museum. It would be nice if we had one. And I think a lot of smaller cities have city museums, and maybe History Colorado can help with that if anybody's interested. I just want to make sure that before you do anything with this building, you think about all of the ramifications and all of the possibilities, because they're there. And sometimes we tend to move quickly because of funds, money, or whatever the case may be. We owe it to the people of Englewood to have this building used and used in a wonderful manner in which it could be used. And I think that's up to you folks when you have your opportunities. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerardi, for your comments tonight. Any comments from council or any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Gerardi, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Up next is Ms. May Nicholl, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Nicholl. If you could just state your name and your address here across street.
My name is May Nicholl, and I live in District 4, 4740 South La Pen. Good evening, Mayor Sierra and council members. I want to start off by sincerely thanking the 4 council members who voted to just dropping the issue of single hauler trash. You have made seniors and others very happy instead of dividing us, and a win-win situation for our citizens and our council members as well. Thank you again. I read the new era for the Museum of Outdoor Arts that was written on March 14th, 2022. They announced operational and programming changes that include a renewed focus on its outdoor spaces. The indoor exhibits programs will cease operations as MOA hopes to reimage its partnership with the city of Englewood. MOA has submitted a proposal for much of its outdoor collection to remain on display in Englewood. MOA has nearly 40 artworks in the public view within the downtown Englewood area. In quotes is a statement made by our Mayor Sierra. While this announcement marks the end of an era for the indoor gallery exhibition program, we are excited at the possibility of a continued relationship with MOA through the display of their public accessible artwork and continued arts outreach support in the city, said Englewood Mayor Othaniel Sierra. On behalf of myself and the entire Englewood City Council, we share in the excitement as the Museum of Outdoor Arts continues their stated mission of making art a part of everyday life in Englewood and beyond. The MOA moved its offices and indoor operations, including the galleries and art studios, in the Englewood Civic Center in 2000. The MOA has never paid Englewood for any office space, air conditioning, heating, or staff or city staff for cleaning their office that has a number of rooms and space. On the other hand, with our citizens' money, Englewood paid the MOA $120,000 a year to be in Englewood. I'm not sure just what date the city lowered the amount paying out to MOA, but I believe it was just recently the city started paying them less. Before the COVID, I came before council 3 times telling you the great wealth of the Madden family. I didn't feel as though it was taken seriously. For years, the majority of our citizens haven't known about the MOA and that it existed in Englewood, or that our city was paying the MOA to be here. And still, most people in Englewood does not know the amount of money the city has paid the MOA to be here. Most folks assume the MOA was paying rent to be in the city building. It was mainly folks outside of Englewood that saw the many MOA's advertisements in art magazines and came to see the free museum when they were honoring an artist and enjoyed all the free food, free drinks, and there would be a large crowd. I went there 3 or 4 times to those events, and I didn't see any Englewood people. It was the art people from around Denver that saw all the many advertisements from MOA. The only free museum, free to get in, with free food and drinks, with beer and wine included. It was only the last few years that the MOA started charging special programs that they were putting on. I have nothing against the MOA, and the art is nice for our city, but I do object to continue paying this very extremely wealthy family, the John Maddens, for the art in our city. I believe our city has paid for this art with the 20-some years the MOA received free rent and the large sum of money we have paid them to be here. They also receive funding from the Colorado Creative Industries, the National Endowment for the Arts, the Scientific and Cultural Facilities, and the District SCFD from Arapahoe County and from Englewood until this past year. I have a lot written on here that I don't have time to give concerning the MOA and the family. So I hope that you members that I gave this to will go ahead and read it. And then I will be back the next time I can speak and finish my report and on the Museum of Outdoor Arts. I just do object that we might be paying them money to keep the art here. And that's what I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholl, for your time tonight. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Nicholl, thank you for your, thank you. And I forgot to mention, Member Russell, you're up next for public comment.
Wink has her hand up.
Oh, Member Wink, sorry about that. You had a question for Ms. Nicholl? Ms. Nicholl, we actually do have a question for you. Thank you, Ms. Nicholl. Member Wink, go ahead.
Sorry to give you some exercise ahead of me. Thank you, Anderson. Sorry to give you extra exercise and make you walk back up there.
Oh, that's good for me.
Do you mind before, I actually want to hear the rest of this. Is it possible for you to share your printout or whatever you prepared tonight with the clerk, just so that even if you come right again and share the balance of what you didn't get to tonight, just so council kind of brief themselves on it. Would you mind doing that?
Um, yes, I can read the rest, but I don't know if.
No,
council-
I don't mean read the rest. I mean like give it to the clerk and she can make a copy and disperse to us, or something that works for you.
Yes, I did make copies for all the council.
Oh, okay, brilliant. All right,
And it
thank you.
has the rest of the information on that I gave them, so.
Okay,
Maybe the clerk can just send you a copy.
that's brilliant. Thank you,
Or I would be
Edemy.
glad to do that as well.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you, Ms.
all.
Nicholl.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Member
you,
Wing.
Mayor. Yep. Thank you, Anderson.
Moving on to the next speaker is Kathleen Bailey, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Bailey. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
Good evening. Always have to manipulate this. Is this on? Okay. Kathleen Bailey, Jason, and Union. I almost forgot where I live. First tonight, I want to express deep appreciation to the dedicated persistence of the incredible Englewood citizens who repeatedly took the time out of their busy lives not to simply sit and type an anonymous comment on the city's social website platform, Englewood Engaged, as city leaders are touting and promoting, but you actually repeatedly showed up in person as part of the legal public record of the legally required public city council meetings to actually engage in your civic right to stand at this podium face to face with the governing council and fight against the city's single hauler trash initiative. Thanks only to your relentless efforts, thousands of us, including myself, who only sent an email, have been spared the burden of increased costs with less service and the loss of our own control of selecting our own trash services on the open market as would otherwise be imposed on us by the city's single hauler trash initiative. And in a truly rare moment, I have a much appreciated opportunity to actually thank the city council members who actually listened and heard what the citizens were telling you. And I believe at least one of you actually stepped out of what I refer to as the quote, the standard internal circle of influence, unquote, and actually spoke with their neighbors and constituents to help guide your decision and vote. Second tonight, I have a series of questions for the city council. Question one, why are staff and city manager working to promote the control of and limit of public engagement and the individuals who use the city, to those individuals who use the city's website platform, Englewood Engaged? During the recent study session, citizens tax-paid consultants were touting the online surveys and online interactive communications, all of which can be engaged with anonymously by both Englewood residents and non-Englewood residents. How many Englewood citizens utilize the city's created social platforms? I am confident that the answer is not many, and I believe it is an ongoing effort by the city staff to reduce the influence and voice of the average Englewood citizens. The average Englewood citizens understand that the only legal records are the public city council meetings, the public statements and staff statements made during public city council meetings, the public hearings held during public city council meetings, and the federal, state, and local election results. City staff understands this, and while they tout their in-house Englewood Engaged platform, staff and council currently plan to impose a limit on public speaking during any city council meeting that includes a public hearing. But that's not the only effort to limit citizens' voices, which brings me to question two. Question two, why has city council allowed city staff who want to permanently increase Englewood citizens' property taxes and sales taxes to use citizen tax money to hire an outside consulting firm to help staff succeed in manipulating and reducing the impact of a block of senior citizens who regularly engage in their responsibility to vote in order for staff to improve their chances to achieve staff's goal to permanently increase Englewood citizens' property taxes and sales taxes? Why would a single council member strive to squash the influence of those Englewood citizens who actually take the time to responsibly vote? What is going on? Question three, staff is seeking a third stormwater rate increase tonight, but the prior second approved rate increase was the largest, most painful citizens are paying. And that huge rate increase was intentionally falsely justified after council had already adopted the cheap patchwork Altic plan. But you went ahead and still justified the huge second rate increase based specifically on supporting the 30 million bond that was specifically identified as necessary to upgrade the entire South Englewood Basin main trunk line from the South Platte to South Clarkson, from 50-year-old 2-year rain event capacity main trunk line to 25-year rain event capacity main trunk line, while you had no intention of doing that. You had already adopted the cheap patchwork Altic plan and lied to the vulnerable South Englewood Basin citizens that that patchwork will protect them from the next major 25-year rain event. And you anticipate grant money to cover the cost of the downstream detention ponds. So why is another rate increase required this year? The South Englewood Basin families have been paying a higher rate for which they will never see the benefits from. Could it be the fact that your Hazen Study master plan has you scheduled in the very near future to invest $53 million to provide a 100-year rain event infrastructure protection for the city's most valued, wealthier neighborhood, who knowingly built and purchased homes in the known floodplains of the Dry Gulch Reach of the Harvard Gulch of the Denver's Harvard Gulch? In the 1999 study, the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District identified—
Ms. Bailey, your 5 minutes are up.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Bailey, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is C.A. Dickerson, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Colleen. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
C.N. Dickerson, Bates, Logan. Thank you, Council members Russell, Ward, and Anderson, for not moving SHT forward. I hope that this never comes before council again for consideration, especially not on the specious grounds that have been advanced since 2018, and do not ever again consider charging citizens more on utility bills for your spending mistakes. I hope the leadership and awareness of constituents expressed by Mayor Pro Tem Ward and Council members Anderson and Russell in ending discussion on SHT is not a one-off. I hope that you will all examine a lot more carefully any staff proposal brought to you and reject any proposal that will expand government and burden citizens with increasing debt and taxation. You should know that the reason government exists is to protect the rights of citizens, particularly our property rights. You all took an oath of office to do so. You are not our masters, you are our employees. We citizens are your bosses. Some examples of questionable actions that have happened because of staff and yourselves: do not try to restrict our speech, and do not take advice from lobbyists like Case on how to avoid open government laws and hearing from the public. Do not make policy changes restricting public comment when you allow applause for your personal agenda promotions and ask for applause and yell at and or berate citizens from the dais, which has happened on more than one occasion. Second, our utility bills have doubled, in large part to force citizens to pay back Englewood's share of the initial cost of just under $8 million into the sewer fund. Yet despite claims of revenue, what is the net to Englewood? Given the estimates published, it will be more than 6 more years to recover the investment. How much longer will the citizens be taxed as fees to recover for this project, and what real benefit is gained? Given the little the public knows now, this project has not delivered significant benefits to justify the investment and the increased water and sewer bills on the citizens of Englewood. 3, our water is worse than ever. The Big Dry Creek diversion project that was in progress at great expense was stopped by the director of SPWR, even though previously deemed necessary to water quality and other issues relating to radioactive sludge. 4, the city manager is asking you to increase taxes for road repair. What happened to the road and bridge fund and the increase in tipping fees and franchise fees, which were to fund necessary road resurfacing? What happened to his reason for not reducing costs during the COVID emergency powers that he had, that we had plenty of money from sales tax and we didn't need to economize? 5, instead of increasing taxes, why not do impact fees on development projects where it belongs, as all other municipalities have? For years, impact fees have been ignored and rejected by staff, and therefore by council, in all proposals about development and PUDs. Instead, staff has persuaded council to hand the city over to uncontrolled development, creating an increased concrete urban jungle, shrinking the number of affordable single-family homes, increasing traffic and therefore pollution, shrinking permeable land and increasing flooding probability, and never holding the developers accountable for the harm to our environment. In summary, stop wasting our tax dollars. Stop increasing taxation. Question all development proposals from staff. Put a moratorium on PUDs and apartment building permits until you establish impact fees to cover the cost to infrastructure and traffic. Cut spending and expenses across the board in administration. There's a lot of work that volunteers can do. And I was going to try to organize a volunteer recycling effort for hard to recycle items, loosely calling it the Englewood Zero Waste Gang, modeled after Littleton's. I would encourage you to support that when I bring it forward.
Thank you, Colleen, for your time tonight. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Up next is Marcy Brown, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Brown. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
My name is Marcy Brown, and I'm at Sherman and Cornell. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I would like to express a big thank you to Member Ward, Member Russell, and Member Anderson for voting down the single haul or trash issue. And so now I think it's time to discuss more important issues that face our city, such as crime, homelessness, the skyrocketing prices we pay for water that we can't even drink, increased density, and I would ask that you all take a hard look to investigate who the people are who sit on city committees, namely case members. One member not only sat on the trash committee, but also sits on the steering committee and the sustainability commission. CASE is a group of people who want to advance their own agenda, and that is the definition of lobbyist. The city has placed them on boards, committees, and commissions, knowing full well what group they are associated with. In my eyes, it's called quid pro quo. They volunteer for boards, not only to advance the city's agenda, but their own, like they did on the trash committee. Some council and staff have been working with them to achieve their goals. It's time you stopped cooperating with them. I received an email that was sent to council by a case member who you all know. It was spiteful and it was self-serving. This person portrayed myself and others in a nasty, vicious light. I was surprised that none of you emailed her back to say that it was not okay to go after private citizens. If she has problems with people who make public comments, then maybe she should talk about it at a council meeting instead of hiding behind offensive emails. By the way, this email was not only sent to council, but a separate one was sent to the Director of Public Works, which should tell you what kind of relationship this group has with staff. When you interview citizens for appointments to the city, one of your questions should be, what groups are you affiliated with? I did not vote for lobbyists to represent myself or our city, and they should not be placed in positions of power where they can determine the outcome of policy. As I said before, they have their own agenda, whether it be on the city level or state level. And staff and some of council are using this group to advance their own personal programs. So please look into this situation and make the necessary changes. You need to make changes on these boards and commissions and committees. I would also like to find out how much money did it cost Waste Management and Waste Services for not having a trash license for almost 3 months. I would like to see the trash licenses that were issued to these companies and how much they were fined. I'd like to find this information on the city's website. And maybe this information needs to be done by a council request. And please, council, stop authorizing tax and fee increases for Englewood citizens. Think out of the box to figure out how you can come up with money instead of taxing us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions from council? Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Brown. Could you please tell me what rules you would suggest for us to exclude certain citizens who you would consider lobbyists from serving on boards and commissions? What would those, city council, we have to have a baseline set of rules to work from.
Right.
What rules would you suggest?
I would support that if people are going for, say, a committee, that you only have one person representing a group on that committee. It can't be 2, 3, and 4. Because when I was on the trash committee, there was a huge problem when I asked who was on this committee that belonged to Case. Member Ward was there, and it was just horrible how they came after me. So I guess my suggestion would be is that you can't allow more than one person from a group. I mean, you have plenty of citizens in Englewood, correct? That you could choose from.
Thank you for the answer, Ms. Brown.
Okay, thank you.
Member Wink.
Thanks, Mayor. Ms. Brown, thank you. Similar to what member, sorry, my camera is not, there we go. Similar to what member Anderson asked. I mean, over the past 6 years, having read emails of yours that could very well be classified by some, this is subjective, right, as nasty and directed to our leadership. I mean, how do we reduce, sorry, I haven't asked my question. How do we reduce the First Amendment right of some citizens, but allow other citizens to say what they want, despite the content of their sharing? So you're saying they're nasty, they're directed at the director of public works, but I don't understand. You fight very heavily for First Amendment rights to speak your mind and your opinions, but you're telling us to dismiss the First Amendment rights of other citizens because you don't like their message. So help me understand, what should we do? I want to serve our citizens, so what should we do to make this right for everyone?
First of all, if I've gone after people, it's because you're in the public eye. You were voted. Yeah, you can sit there and smile and laugh all you want.
Ms. Brown, can you
Wink.
answer the question, please?
Like, what mechanism
So if
should
I
we
have
use
gone
to
after
dismiss
people
some?
on
Member Wink.
emails, if you'll let me speak,
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
if I have gone after people at emails, you are holding a public office. I am paying staff through my taxes. I do not, nor have I ever gone after public citizens in my emails. And I ask you to show me an email that I have ever sent to council going after citizens. I have not. And you are fair game as far as I'm concerned, because you're the ones making the rules and regulations, and so is staff.
So, Mayor, I just want to ask what we should use to stifle the viewpoint of some citizens as opposed to
I'm
Ms.
not
Brown.
asking you to stifle anything, Member Wink.
Well, you said they were lobbyists, so we shouldn't listen to them.
Point of order, Mayor. I think that the question.
The question has been answered.
Yeah.
I agree. Thank you, Member Russell. Ms., is that all, Member Wink?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sierra. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ms. Brown, just real quick, do you happen to have a list of names that that staff or city council should not be listening to?
Well, it's in their website that they want to get on as many committees as they possibly can.
So you want us to look at the case website and remove those Englewood citizens from having a voice within our boards and commissions?
I'm not saying that they shouldn't have a voice. What I'm saying is that you cannot have a group of people from the same group on committees, because they can sway a committee just by having the numbers like they did on the trash committee. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Any other questions? Seeing none, Ms. Brown, thank you for your time tonight. Final speaker for public comment is Judith Marenthal, an Englewood resident, will address council regarding appreciation.
She's joining us online.
Oh, perfect.
Judith, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Marenthal, if you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
I'm Judith Marienthal. I live east of Broadway between Tufts and Stanford. Do I need to put my, oh,
No, you're fine. If you're able to turn on your camera, fine.
I don't see a camera. I don't see a camera thing here. So.
That's fine, Ms. Marenthal. We can hear you clearly, so.
Oh,
go ahead.
okay. Yeah. I tried to sign up for last week, but it was the wrong meeting. I'll figure this out at some point. I just wanted to provide some degree of balance to the trash issue. Over the past few months, I've learned a lot about the citizens of Englewood, City Council, and city staff. I want to acknowledge the citizens who have had the courage to get involved and speak up. I also want to acknowledge the representatives for all the work that you do. There is a lot of material that must be processed regarding a variety of issues and agendas. It has not gone unnoticed. I appreciate the availability of the representatives that I have contacted, and I thank all of the members for your service. And since I haven't used up all my time, something came up in this meeting that I would like you to perhaps address at some future point. I would request that you figure out some way to notify people that there is a survey occurring. I've been to the website, the Engaged website. When I get on there, the survey is closed. It's already occurred. I did get one survey with my water bill. I thought that was a great idea. If you could maybe notify people in their water bill that there is a survey going on and where to go to participate in that, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marenthal, for your time tonight. Any questions from council? Actually, Ms. Marenthal, I do have a question. Do you happen to have access to social media?
Yes, I've gone onto your website. I've gone onto the Engaged, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And when I go on there, the surveys are closed. They've already occurred. So I did not know they were happening. I got some survey in the water bill, and I thought that would be a great idea to just put some notice in there that there is one going on and where to go and to participate.
Thank you, Ms. Marenthal. Yeah, definitely engaging the community on these surveys is something that we're going to have to think of as well. So I appreciate your time tonight. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Marenthal.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 8, the recognition of unscheduled public comment. Same format applies, except you're limited to 3 minutes. And we do have 3 speakers here tonight, correct? First up is May Nicholl, here to speak to council. Good evening, Ms. Nicholl.
You, Chair.
We'll give you a second. See the city clerk walking over, but.
Good member council.
Good evening.
Good evening, council. Thank you for your time. I do want to thank you for your vote on the single hauler trash.
Ms. Kalichi, before you get started, could you state your name and your address or cross street? Thank you.
Mary Kalechi. I'm at Englewood and Inca. I am in the building that currently, it was a part of Cinderella City, and then it was sold and it was rebuilt and poorly rebuilt, and now there's a whole bunch of empty lots in there that when I was running for city council, people were coming to me and asking me about what we could do to hold renters accountable. And I came up with the good idea that we could hold third-party renters accountable by having a yearly fee plus giving them a fine that they uphold, like the codes and things like that. So I've just realized that with the Civic Center, we cannot lose this building. It's paid for. The citizens don't want to see something else move in. I am also thankful for the fact that Kaufman's encampment is gone. I am thankful for all that's gone into that. I cannot see all the hands that had to go on, but I saw the difference it made. So I thank you so much for that. I do want to say about the Civic Center that, this building is paid for. I know that there's a lot of things behind the scenes that a lot of the citizens don't don't necessarily want to see. I know that I've seen with the Pollinator Garden by my Englewood Community Garden, they have saved 70% of the water bill, and that's just water. They conserved 70% of water just in the first year of doing the Pollinator Garden, and that's huge. We as citizens need to see those results. I've also seen a huge influx of my yield in vegetables and things like that. I'm pretty stoked about that too. There are a lot of citizens out here that are passionate, that want to help our communities, and we need to find the citizens and utilize the citizens to help out with those things. And I really do believe that we should not be doing big government entities, and we should let the citizens, and we should empower the citizens to make the changes. I also believe that by looking at this, the surveys, I don't know if any of you guys any of you guys saw the surveys that went out about Jason Park. It was very biased, and it was a very negative tone. There was nothing in that sample question that said off leash, no fence. And that is something that is not addressed. It is not given any kind of account. So off leash is not the same as no fence. Thank you for your time. I much appreciate it. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Kalechi. Any questions? Member Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Kalachi, thank you for coming tonight. Do you mind sharing with council, do you have data to show us the citizens that don't want to lose the building? You spoke very confidently about that. Just so that we have that information, right, to support our decision making. Do you have something that we don't have?
I do not.
Okay. And is that the same about your comment that there are a lot of things that citizens don't like behind the scenes about the building? Again, I'm not trying to challenge you. I just want to ensure that the seven of us have what you have, because the citizens obviously are our bosses. Ms. Dickerson likes, shares with us frequently, but what is it we have misunderstood that you might have?
Public record that the Museum of Outdoor
Like
Art,
behind the scenes?
we're paying them. So there's public record of these kind of things.
So you respect, okay, perfect. And then the Pollinator Gardens, if it's okay, Mayor, do you mind? I just want some clarification on what you were saying about the Pollinator Garden. I feel like I missed something there. You're saying the Pollinator Garden that, do you mind just maybe restating or double clicking on the comment about Pollinator Garden? This is good information.
It really is. So this is very helpful. So over by the depot, they renamed it the Prairie Park, the depot at Prairie Park. They saved 70% of the water just in the watering bill by planting native. There was Wink brought to the table that we go for the certification for the pollinators. Only 3 of those pollinators were actually native from my last research. The rest were unnative, and then there was a ornamental basket that wasn't even edible that people could get for donating. So those are the kind of things where we're just going for the name of things, and I believe that we can take that money and we can empower our citizens, and we can really go after grants that really help us build as a community stronger communities and empower people for knowledge and those kind of things. Those are the kind
Absolutely. Have you heard about the Citizens Alliance for Sustainable Englewood and all of the pollinator and the xeriscaping work that they've done that are actually implemented across the city? The education and the advocacy and the actual implementation. So beyond, and I live near there and I love it. I walk my dog by the little garden, but across the city that there are many citizens engaged and moving this forward. It might be good for you to plug in. You'd really love it. Yeah. Have you heard of that?
I've only heard that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Member
you.
Wink.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Wink. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, Ms. Kalechi, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Mr. Stephen Kelly, an Englewood citizen, to address council. Good evening, Mr. Kelly. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
Yeah, Steve Kelly, Delaware and Radcliffe. Good evening. In regard to the POLCO presentation, I don't know that you need to have more off-leash questions. It seems that, this comes up year after year after year, and this may be my cynicism, but is this another excuse to go after more of the off-leash parks, what's left of it? I would say no. I would ask that maybe there should be a question about park closures, and do the citizens support half-year park closures without any kind of data supporting the closure of the park? As I had asked before, overuse. Well, at Jason Park, the soccer field was not used all through the COVID. The worst thing about for a soccer field are cleats. Wasn't even used. Yet it's an overused park. And then the drought, turn up the water. But I would love, there's got to be a law against employees just unilaterally saying we're going to close a park for 6 months. So I'd love that to be on there. Data from Ms. Russell's council request back in January, I finally, I took a look at it, and it was, I think she asked about tickets at Jason Park. There were no tickets issued. Tickets would be problems. There were no tickets issued. There was the conjured data for at-large violations, quote unquote, no tickets issued that people jumped on and said were problems. No tickets were issued. Why limit Jason Park and the other parks in your last ordinance when no tickets were issued? Now he's not new, but the city manager, I talked to him and he said, well, we get calls. Council member Wink, you asked about data. Let's see that data. How many calls and who were they? Was it the same person calling all the time? We don't have that. You didn't have that, and you made a decision anyway to curtail. And again, I used the term cultural genocide last time I spoke. That community of good citizens has been dispersed since the complete closure of Jason Park. And what you guys have done, you sent, Parks Department came out and said, close it, eliminate all the off-leash privileges. You guys sent them back to the drawing board. Then they came back and you installed all this, the limitations. And now with the Jason Park closure on, I think it's Wednesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays, 100% of the off-leash parks are not available to off-leash. You need to be a steward to good programs that work, and you're not. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, thanks for your time tonight. Any questions for Mr. Kelly? Member Woodward.
I have a question on, you said, what was it, 3 days a week that the parks are closed?
Well, at the only park south of 285 right now that has off-leash park privileges, that's Duncan. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, there's soccer practices, so those during those times you can't have off-leash, and also on Saturdays for soccer games, which is fine. But the reality is, as I said, 100% of the off-leash parks have been eliminated. And council, my point was, when you sent them back to the drawing board, it's because they came to you and said, we want 100% elimination. Well, you've given it to them.
Who wanted?
Parks Department. That's their recommendations.
Well, I'm on the Parks and Recreation Commission and have been for years, prior to there being a leash law. And the Parks Department has never said that in the commission.
Member Woodward, let me stop you there. Do you have a question or just?
Well, I had the question, now I'm commenting to the remark. Okay.
During public comment, we refrain
Sorry,
from
I can't
comments.
comment to that.
Okay. Well, to answer your question, if I didn't, Parks Department came to this council in 2020 and said our recommendation is to eliminate the off-leash program. That was Parks Department. And they came, and that's when you guys sent them back, and they made a task force, and then came back with their newest.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Kelly, are you counting the Northwest Greenbelt and the Canine Corral as your 100% of the parks, or do you somehow not count those as parks?
I said south of 285, so that eliminates the Northwest Greenbelt.
Okay.
And I said off-leash parks, not the Canine Corral, that does not fall in that definition.
Are you saying that you can't run your dog off leash at Canine Corral?
I said that the off-leash parks are completely eliminated during those times. Canine Canal is not an off-leash park.
So, again, are you saying that you can't run your dog off leash at Canine Corral?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the parks that have off-leash privileges are canceled out south of 285 during those times.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thanks for the clarification on the south part. I missed that.
Any other questions for Mr. Kelly? Seeing none, Mr. Kelly, thanks for your comments tonight. And last up is Marjan Freeman, an Englewood citizen, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Freeman. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
Good evening. My name is Marjan Freeman. I'm at 4609 South Fox Street. And first of all, I wanted to thank you all for your dedication. We appreciate that. I'd like to thank Member Russell and Member Anderson and Member Ward for voting for not passing the single trash, because I believe it is the citizens' choice. As the big government is taking over, the beauty of being part of the smaller city is that you have choices. So, and that's something should be considered before it's taken away from the public. So I'd like to thank you for being aware of that and taking action on that. Thank you. My concern was about the surveys, and I feel like I haven't been part of this beautiful city for a long time, but for the time that I have been here, I have noticed quite a bit of problem with the city water. And my question was, why isn't it not considered that they're spending the money to ask questions? Why isn't this issue not addressed? It's been a problem for a long time, from what I understand, to speaking to all the other citizens. And so I think it's a major problem. We're 70% water, we're all using it, and our pets are using it, we're using it, and it's a big problem. I just can't understand why we're playing games around this issue, that why we cannot address this. My big question is, why isn't this addressed to all of the public? Why not there's not a questionnaire going out and asking every single citizen of Englewood that what is their problem. And I'm not talking about concepts of order. I'm talking about concept of actually the toxicity that they see, that it goes up and down on a daily basis. And this missatisfaction of all these people are just like getting toxic on a daily basis. That is a major problem. And I think this is a matter of health, and it should be taken very seriously. And I really think there should be transparency about this issue, and I feel like it's not. I mean, I really I like to see a little bit more involvement from you guys. I mean, you guys are representative of the public of Englewood. That's a big responsibility, and we should consciously address this. And I really thank you for hearing me. I appreciate you very much. And I think this should be part of the survey to everybody, not selected people. It should be part of everybody should vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman, for your comments tonight. Any questions from council? Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you, Marjan. And so the water survey went to every single household, I believe, because it went in the water bill, which is not like a lot of the other surveys that we do. Do you think there were not the right questions on the water survey?
I personally think part of that, we did get a report that, you know, my background is in biology and chemistry, and I was having a hard time reading it. I did address that with Peter, which was, and they said they might consider that, talking about that. It should be something that people can read it and make sense to them. First of all, I personally, Member Russell, I just can't understand why we cannot run tests on our own water. I mean, the cost is so minimal. Why are we giving it to the third party? Why not we're purchasing the equipment to just test this thing? If not on a daily basis, on a weekly, and our citizens should get a report for this on a monthly basis with their bill. Why not? It shows how committed we are. And then at least with the survey, say, we've done this, these are the steps we're taking. This is the comparison report, you know? This was the result of our water. This is how it was last year, 2 years ago, 10 years ago, and here's the quality of water today. I mean, that shows action. That shows commitment. That shows they're doing things. And what I don't understand is that I personally, which I'm looking forward to address that with the water board, is that why we're sending it out. I mean, I personally, my residence is behind it, and I see my plants die.
Okay.
And I have 9 filters on my water. So I'm paying for filters that I have to change on a couple months basis and month basis.
Ms. Freeman, I think we got your answer on this. Member Russell, continue.
Thank you. I do appreciate your answer on that. And I think that's something we probably should talk about offline.
Okay.
And so I do appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Okay. Ms. Freeman, there's still one question from Member Wink, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I have a couple of questions if Ms. Freeman doesn't mind, and if you don't mind, Mayor.
I'll be glad to, yes.
You can cut me off, Mayor, but I just have about 3 questions. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's okay.
Okay. Ms. Freeman, thank you for coming, because if we don't hear from our citizens, we don't know, right? We don't know how we can do better. You know, are you aware of the federal standards for water quality that the city of Englewood is required to meet, but not just that, has exceeded every year in succession? Are you aware of that?
I believe that from the last meeting
Yep.
we had, Peter explained that he would provide me with some of the follow-ups. I understand EPA has some regulations, and then the state has some regulations. And there is the Water Act, and I believe it was replaced in 1974. I am aware of that. But what I'm saying is that in that requirement, they only look for specific things. So my question was is that if you're only looking for specific items in the water, and how does that unify our water is like, because therefore the quality water has to be the same in every state, and that's not the case. We're on top of our water based provision because we get the simple water that it comes to us basically from the mountains. So we should not have.
I just wanted to know if
Yeah,
you're
Ms.
aware
Freeman,
of
I think
the
you answered the
federal
question.
standard.
You are aware of the regulations, but Member Wayne, can you
Yes.
finish your question?
Are you aware that there has never been an instance of toxicity in Englewood water? That, yes or no?
From
You
my
mentioned
understanding,
toxicity. I'm just trying to make sure everyone in the city is not being misled.
So Ms. Freeman, did you want to answer the question?
I think your question is that you never been through regulation, you never been.
No, my question was, are you aware there has never been an instance of toxicity in Englewood water?
Yes, but I am also
Okay.
trying to point out that we never ran a test that actually looks for the toxicity.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. I think the point for tonight, I think, is that you want us to do more in terms of just improving the water quality within the city of Englewood, but also informing the citizens.
Because it was talked about the survey, I'm saying that you should ask the public, the citizens, what is their opinion? It is not opinion of regulation. It is opinion because we're paying for that. It's the opinion of the citizens living in here.
Thank you.
But my last question was, are you aware that we had videos and published one-pagers and surveys and postcards, and we have this beautiful water,
Member, are you going to be asking a question here?
Yes, have you not received any of our beautiful water program to educate citizens and get feedback? We've been so diligent about it's almost overwhelming how much we've done. Have you not received any of those?
Member Wink.
I just want to know if she received them. Did she not receive them?
Ms. Freeman?
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Freeman, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys hearing me. Thank you.
That now concludes, City Clerk, am I correct? And that is the last of the unscheduled public comments. Okay. Member Russell, you will be providing a response to the public, and I'll let you begin when you're ready.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor. And actually, I want to thank everyone for coming. First of all, I'm going to thank Dr. Gerardi. I know that he's not here yet. I was actually in the high school band. I was in my second year of high school when he came to Englewood, and he has been a tremendous blessing and influence on this city, and I greatly appreciate the things that he shared. I think that it is a good reminder to council that just because developers promise us something, we don't always necessarily end up receiving what we've been promised. And I appreciate him taking time out to come and speak with us about that. And he has done amazing things for the city in taking the band a lot of places during his time here. Ms. Nicholl, thank you for coming. I greatly appreciate your input about the Museum of Outdoor Arts, and I actually, it's interesting to see how things kind of weave together because Dr. Gerardi talked about us not having a museum like a lot of other cities do, and so I do have a council request question on your speech. What is the cost to the city for our new relationship with the Museum of Outdoor Arts? Is there going to be a cost to the city? Ms. Bailey, thank you very much for your input as well. And these questions are very concerning to me as well. And I'm just looking at my notes right now. The one thing I greatly appreciate, Ms. Bailey, is you do your homework and you hold us accountable. And I see that we will be talking about one of these issues tonight. And so I appreciate your input on that. Ms. Dickerson, I do thank you also for for your admonition to stop wasting your tax dollars. And I think perhaps this council maybe should talk about putting a moratorium on new development until we can assess access or impact fees, because I think and I've asked for this before, we're always said we're charging everything we can. I'm not sure that we are, because when we begin to increase density like we have been, I think it's going to impact our city far greater in a lot of ways than we can even imagine. Ms. Brown, I greatly appreciate you coming again, and I appreciate your sharing. I do believe that it is something that we need to address. I have said this in a couple meetings about the influence of lobbying groups in the city, and I do believe it is something that we need to address, because when you overly increase board members with members of any group, it is not good for the outcome of the citizens. We need a diversity of citizens on the boards and commissions. Also, on the trash licenses, having that put on the city website, I do have a council request out for those questions, and I have asked that it be posted on the city website at least. I'm not sure if council requests are publicly available, but it should be in there, and hopefully pretty soon. Ms. Marienthal, thank you for coming, and it is really my pleasure to serve you citizens, all of you. I do listen to you. And overall, I would like to share this also. Council does get a lot of emails, but I know that there have been a couple of you that shared tonight in your time that, you know, those people are really lobbying the seven of us behind closed doors. It is anonymous to the public. If they want things, I do greatly appreciate those of you who take time to come out. And Mr. Kelly, the fact that you and the off-leash dog people came out week after week during COVID, and it seemed like you did it to no avail, but you came open to the public and you spoke publicly. This public comment is the time where citizens can come and speak to us. Lobbying council members or staff behind closed doors is not only unethical, it is illegal. And then the three of you that signed up for unscheduled public comment, Mary, Stephen, and Marjan, I greatly appreciate it. I would love to get with any of you, but Marjan, I do want to talk about the water issues. I do agree that our water department has, ever since I've been on council, put out a product that is impeccable. Even when we were having the sludge problems at the water treatment plant, and there were employees that had been adversely affected, their health had been affected because of that, they were still very proud of the water that they put out that went to each home. However, I will tell you, I have walked this city 3 different times, and I know that the people, the taste is terrible, and it's worse in certain places than others. And I do believe that this is something that we do need to take care of. So anyway, that is something we'll look into, but I do appreciate the utility department staff, and I do believe that they are doing a good job, and so, but we want to do the best job we can for the citizens. So thank you all for coming. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a point of information for Member Russell. You asserted, Member Russell, that lobbying council members behind closed doors is not only unethical but illegal. I just want to unpack that assertion a little bit. First question, are you saying that a council member should never have a private meeting with a constituent? And second half of that question, what law would you be willing to cite or know of that would have that provision in it?
I did not state that council members could not meet individually. It is not illegal for council members to meet with constituents. I was not even suggesting that. But I will tell you this, there are problems, and this came up in 2019, that there were 4 council members that were meeting with a certain group of people. 4 members of council is a voting block, and that can change things. And as far as staff members meeting with people lobbying behind the scenes, that is not legal. Staff members represent the council, we represent the people. And so I do think that there could have been things going on. And so that's all I'm going to say about that here. And now, I have said in a public meeting, I said this after the strategic planning meeting, I think it was the meeting in February, where everything on the Sustainability Commission agenda was all generated by CASE, every single thing. And that is not good, that that commission was developed during the emergency ordinance, and it was not done in the public view, in the eye of the public. There are some major problems in this city, and CASE has gotten on every board, not just one CASE member. There are 2 or 3 CASE members on most of the boards, most of the important boards. So I think that's something that we need to look at. I believe the things that have been brought up tonight are something that this council needs to start straightening out. Thank you.
Hold your applause. Any other questions or, actually, no, we were at the response. So that concludes unscheduled public comments. Now we're moving on to consent agenda items. Looks like we have 2 pulled for tonight, so it's just 9B1 and 9C1 that we'll be asking for approval. So can I get a motion to approve 9B1 and 9C1?
I'll move 9B1 and 9B2.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Can I get a second? I'll second. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. And then we're up to 9C2. Staff recommends City Council approve by motion and contract with BioVelocity LLC to remove settled solids in the South Reservoir at the Allen Water Treatment Plant in the amount of $220,000. Here with us is Director of Utilities, Utilities Deputy Director Steve Simon. Good evening, Mr. Simon.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So solids are generated by a couple processes at the water treatment plant through clarification and filtration. When these solids are removed, they're pumped over to the south pond, which you can see on the screen. They're actually on the west side of the pond, and if you look closely, you can see kind of a lighter shaded on the west side. There's a curtain wall that actually runs right through the middle of the pond, and so all the solids are pumped into that western part. The water will then spill over that curtain wall into the eastern part of that pond, and then they're actually pumped back up to the North Reservoir, which is just across the street on Lake. And that water can then be pumped back into the treatment plant for treatment. So city staff does perform seasonal dredging operations in the plant. That typically occurs in the spring through the fall. And the reason for that is our equipment doesn't operate, the piece of equipment that we use doesn't operate in the winter. And so there is seasonal dredging that occurs. The issue we have, because it's only done over a certain portion of the year, the rate at which we generate solids exceeds the rate at which we can remove it. And so over time, that's settled up. Once we remove the settled solids from the pond, they're placed in a drying bed. They're further dewatered just through natural evaporation, and then they're hauled off to landfill. This is typically done 1 time per year, where it's hauled off. We will, prior to that, engage a hauler. That hauler will test those dried solids and then determine which landfill that can be sent to. For the action item at hand, we have already tested the solids that are in the reservoir now and confirmed that they can be delivered to or our haulers confirmed they can be delivered to a non-hazardous landfill. This is just a schematic representation of what that process looks like at the plant. So the need is that reservoir is approaching capacity. As I mentioned, the settled solids have built up over time. We're actually getting close to capacity in the solids part of that reservoir. And once that gets to be full, that's really going to have a significant impact on our operation. So it's important that we are able to remove that. In terms of procurement, we did competitively procure this. It was actually done a little bit in reverse of what might be typical. We set a fixed fee of $200,000. And then the competitive procurement part was how much material could be removed for that fixed fee amount. And so BioVelocity, who's recommended by staff, was able to remove the most solids for the fixed price of $200,000. So pending successful approval of this action, we will be able to get started this summer. We expect the work is going to last about 3 months. Based on our estimates of what's in the pond, we think this action will get rid of about 70% of the settled solids in the pond. So there will be one more time we would have to go through this, and there's actually other reservoirs in the system that we want to target next. And what you can see, that's the picture of what those dried solids are when they are hauled off. The last time that the solids were taken to a special landfill, that was in 2016, and the reason for that was regulations at the time. So the regulations have changed since then that allow this to be taken to a non-hazardous landfill. Again, that's actually something that's at the discretion of the haulers. So when we engage the hauler, they will test the constituent of that material and determine which landfill it can go to. And that concludes my presentation, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Any questions? Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simon. So when was the last time the South Reservoir was dredged?
So it's actually dredged by staff on an annual basis. And again, we typically do that from spring to the fall. I'm not aware of when we've had an external contract come in and do the large removal that is part of this consideration, but it's done on an annual basis by staff.
So, and the reason that I asked that question is that has always been done by staff. It's been dredged, but I assumed that it wasn't just once annually, that it was more than one time a year. Has it always been?
Yeah, it's actually dredged continuously. So as soon as we're outside of that last freeze period and before we start the freeze in the winter, we'll be dredging during that entire time frame. Then we'll move all of those solids over those drying beds. And then once a year, we'll have somebody come in, haul, and take that off to landfill.
So the one thing that, I mean, in the documentation, it says that over decades, solids have continued to build up and are now approaching the reservoir's storage capacity for settled solids. If we're dredging it all the time, how is it building up over decades?
That's a reflection of with our current processes, we're not able to remove on an annual basis as much solids that are actually being generated from the treatment plant. And so each year that level is just getting higher and higher. We are removing it, but again, it's being produced at a greater rate than we can remove it. So that's where the external contract, where they have the equipment where they can do large removals over a short period of time.
So we're still dredging it, or are they coming in to dredge it for us?
They will be coming in to dredge it for us, and city staff will be supporting that operation. So over the course of the 3 months where this large volume dredging is going to occur, we'll have staff supporting that effort.
Okay, and I mean, we would store the stuff out on the drying beds for long periods of time. That was before 2016.
Yeah.
After 2016, we no longer did that.
Yeah.
So is that part of the reason they will come in and take most of it out and then dry it out and then haul it away?
Yeah, and that's the second part of the action is a separate contractor will come in and be able to remove all those settled solids immediately after they're removed out of the reservoir.
Okay, so one other question. I mean, I did happen to listen to the last Water and Sewer Board meeting, and it's not necessarily waste management. Waste management isn't leaking stuff into our water supply, are they?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So the sludge is really just what comes out of the river.
It's naturally occurring, thank you, it's naturally occurring solids as water runs through a water body. It's gonna pick up naturally occurring things that are on the bed of that river or stream.
Right, so also in the dredging side, the west side of that dredging pond, the water that goes over the top is clear water that you pump over into the north because the sludge settles down to the bottom of the west side where you're dredging it, right?
That's correct, and that's the issue we're facing is that settled solids is starting to approach, is some of that solids can start to carry over, and we don't want that to happen.
Okay, and I mean, I just wanted to, I think there was some misunderstandings, maybe, I could be wrong, I wasn't sitting in that meeting, but, I appreciate your answers and for taking time to present this to us.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, excuse me, Member Woodward.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. With the contractor, correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, but aren't we able to dredge deeper into the pond and get some of that sediment that has been sitting there?
It's more of from a volumetric standpoint. So a dredge is essentially like a vacuum, and we're sucking the still liquid solids out of that reservoir and then removing the solids. So in terms of depth of it, it's still going to be removing from the top. We're just able to do it. We're able to remove more volume than what our current processes will allow.
Okay. And as far as the sludge and the contents of that, part of that is just from the river, the open ditch, the urban type of pollution that happens, isn't it? I mean, that's part of the reason we're piping up city ditch.
Yeah, that's right. There are open channel discharges, stormwater discharges into the South Platte River, and those will pick up different materials as they make their way into the river, and that's all of the solids that our treatment process will remove.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
The thing I'm still not quite clear on is why we don't get as much as we can. Like, why don't we just get it all? As I understand this contract, we're not planning to remove everything. We're just saying take this much of it, right?
Yeah, we had engaged the contracting community because this was the first time we had gone through an effort like this, engage the contracting community to help us understand the best way to procure this. And so that was what we had in our budget. And it's still a little speculative. So this is an estimate of how much is actually in there. We did spot testing throughout the pond, but we don't know for sure. It could work in our favor, and we're able to remove it all. So that 70% is an estimate based on what we know now with spot sampling.
Thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. But it may be impossible to remove it all because while you're dredging, you're stirring it up again, right? So it won't all settle out.
I think that in terms of how much we can get and where the actual bottom of the pond exists, we will be able to start to tell when we're approaching that because it's different. Settled solids are different than the natural earth underneath it. And so I think once we get through this process and we understand how efficient it works and how much we think we can remove, I think that's going to get a better idea of how much is left and what we may need to do in a future phase of this work.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C2?
Your Honor, I'd like to move 9C2.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9C3, Contract for Services Radiation Pros. Up here again is Deputy Director Steve Simon to discuss a motion with Radiation Pros LLC to remove, haul, and dispose of settled solids generated from the Allen Water Treatment Plant in the amount of $207,075. Deputy
My
Director.
apologies. I stole my thunder with my previous
You did.
presentation about what's up next.
Anything you'd like to add?
So this is what's next. So once we are able to remove all those solids, and again, I think we covered this in our previous discussion, a separate contractor is going to come in and actually haul that away. And so, again, we already tested the solids for it. Fortunately, we're confirmed that it can go to a non-hazardous landfill. So this next action will be approval of the contract for that hauler to take that out to disposal. So that includes coming to the plant, loading it on trailers, and the disposal cost at the landfill itself. Based on what we think our production rate is going to be, we expect that this is going to be coming about every 2 weeks, and we'll make sure that this is done in close coordination with our operations staff to avoid any conflict with what we need to be doing to keep the plant operable. This was also performed through a competitively bid process. Radiation Pros, our staff recommendation, came in at the lowest cost. Those two different tiers are based on, because it wasn't known what the testing results were going to be at the time, those tier 2s are if it can go to landfill X or if it needs to go to landfill Y. And so the good news was the testing confirmed, and we've actually got approval from the landfill that it can go through or can get delivered to a non-hazardous cost. So the tier 1 cost is what would apply here. And happy to take any questions, ma'am.
You're quick. Any questions? Member Russell.
I just want to make a comment. Thank you so much. You did a great job on the first part. You answered all my questions really on the first part, but thank you very much.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C3?
I move to approve 9C3.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Wink. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
There's no public hearing items for tonight. Moving on to 11A1, approval of ordinances on first reading. This is the proposed rate increase for Stormwater Utility Fund. Staff recommends City Council approve a bill of ordinance authorizing a fee increase in order to access state revolving loan funding and generate necessary funding to execute the proposed capital project system maintenance and operational activities. Up here is Deputy Director Tim Hose to speak on the item. Good evening, Mr. Hose.
Good evening. Thanks for that introduction. I'll get going. We've got a brief presentation on this item, and then we can answer any questions you have on this. So this item is the approval of a bill for an ordinance to authorize the 2023 stormwater utility rate increase. So I'll start with the purpose of the ordinance here is basically to approve the 2023 rate increase so we can generate the necessary cash flow we need to fund the loan payments to support the proposed water pollution control revolving fund loan funding that will primarily fund the South Englewood Flood Reduction Project. It's also known as Projects S1 and S2 in the Stormwater Master Plan. So the funding can also be used for other Stormwater Master Plan project priorities if the revenues allow for that. If the other projects come in a little less, we can use the funding for other priorities as needed. So this slide here just goes over the previous rate increases. This rate increase is part of a series of rate increases that was first identified in 2019 to basically increase the annual revenue in the stormwater fund from $1 million a year in 2020 to $3.5 million a year starting in 2024. So each increase there is incrementally increased it to where we're now able to fund the $3.5 million, and future rate increases would still be recommended, but mostly just based on inflation. To keep up with inflation, we'd still recommend increases to make sure we don't fall behind in the future. So here's a little bit of a summary here. So this rate increase would not take effect until January 1st of next year. It's being proposed now because it's a requirement to close on the loan, the state revolving fund loan. That we need to show that our rates can support the loan payments for the loan amount that we're approved for. So it is the fourth in the series of the annual rate increases we've done over the last 4 years now, and it will support a total of $30 million in estimated capital projects, as well as the system maintenance and operational needs for the stormwater utility. So with that, we recommend that the City Council approve this bill for an ordinance to authorize the 2023 stormwater utility rate increase, and we'll answer any questions you have about this item.
Thank you, Deputy Director Hose. Any questions from council? Member Russell.
So it says on here that this was assuming a annual inflation rate of 3.5%. We've already way outpaced that. So we're going to be behind after we approve this increase?
Well, the increase will fund up to 30 million in capital projects is the way the 2019 study predicted that by these rates, we'll have 30 million to spend on capital projects. So as far as inflation, if the project prices come in a little higher or something, we may be a little short. We don't have all the project prices yet, but we do know that 30 million was the estimated total needed for the priority projects.
So this is just the rate increase. The bonding is coming later in the meeting.
Well, yeah, so the next item is the loan funding needed for the South Englewood project that is supported by these rates.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you, Mr. Host. I know that we've been speaking about this for quite a bit. So we originally approved this back in 2019. Have these rates changed at all since we approved this back in 2019? Have they gone up? Have they gone down? And obviously with the change in the inflation and all, capital costs, have any of those rates changed since we approved it back in 2019?
So we are following the schedule from the 2019 five-year financial plan that was conducted back then. We kept the rates the same, so we haven't adjusted them for inflation or anything yet. They are the same rates that were in the plan in 2019. We followed that.
Thank you, Deputy Director. So the stair-step approach that we were expecting back in 2019, none of that has changed?
No.
Since we discussed it?
It's all according to the plan we had in 2019 to do this over the years.
I really appreciate it, Deputy Director, for your answer there. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments?
Yes, just one comment.
Mayor Pro
Mr.
Tem.
Host, I want to thank you for mentioning that the reason why we're approving this now is so that we have access to the state revolving fund money. I was actually going to ask that question because we usually approve our fees during the budget cycle, and this is out of cycle. So that clarification was very helpful to me.
Member Russell.
I do have some major concerns about this because we went from $4.16 in 2019 to $13.16, and 5 years from 2019 will be at almost $60. People are already struggling, and I don't know how we're gonna do this, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. I'll say one comment here, and I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done on this. This was actually the hardest decision I had to make on council. Knowing what happened back in 2018, or excuse me, 2018, in July of 2018, knew that we had to do something in order to reduce the flooding within the cities. And so this was a major effort, from staff, from here, from the public on what we needed to do. And while I understand the pain that some of the citizens may be feeling from these rate increases, we knew it's something that we had to do just from neglect from 2 decades worth of not increasing fees. So I'm in full support of this, even though I do understand that this is a burden on many families. But this is something that we just have to do. So with nothing else, with no other comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to 11A2, authorizing a loan agreement with the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. Up here to speak is Director of Public Works, Maria DeAndre. Good evening,
Yes.
Director.
Thank you. And really excited to be here tonight. This is really the culmination of, I would say, almost a year of effort working with not only the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority, but also the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment on this action. So what we're here tonight is to approve an ordinance to enter into a loan agreement with that Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. And this is really just a method of alternative financing. As you may recall from our discussions about stormwater funding, we were originally anticipating issuing $30 million in bonds. We ended up doing $10 million in 2021 because we were pursuing this alternative funding through CWR PDA. So instead of going out for traditional bonds, we're setting up a loan through that group in order to get up to $26 million. And that primary project that we would fund with that is the South Englewood Flood Reduction Project. As Mr. Host mentioned, we can use funding for that other projects from that $26 million as revenues allow. So we will be doing another rate study in 2024 to see where we are in terms of the revenues that are coming in, as well as the expenditures that we put out so far, to see exactly if we need to increase rates further, or if we need to, what exactly projects we can continue to do, if any. So as we talked about, the South Englewood Flood Reduction Project is one of our highest priorities. That was identified through the Stormwater Master Plan, and our estimate right now is about $23 million just for that project. We have acquired the property, or in the process of acquiring that property, and finalizing the plans for that. So some of the loan agreements, so the interest rate is locked in currently at 2.25% over the next 20 years. There are no closing costs, which are some of the benefits of working with this agency. And we also did an environmental analysis already for the South Englewood project, and that was required through the National Environmental Policy Act, and we received a finding of no significant impact. And really the intent here is that while this is a loan option, we're still exploring grants through FEMA, and we should hear from that later on in the fall as to whether we receive those grants or not. If not, then we will use the loan. If the grants happen to come through, then we would just use less of the loan money, or again, consider other projects in conjunction with the City Council. So in summary, we're asking Council to consider approval of the bill for an ordinance authorizing this loan agreement with CWR PDA. And I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director DeAndre. Any questions? Member Russell?
Thank you. So how soon do we move forward with this? I mean, if we vote and it passes tonight, then.
So the intent would be is that we would not receive all of the funds at once. We would just draw them down as we need them. So once we're ready to, say, go out for construction for that South Englewood project, then we would make the first draw. So we would not incur any interest costs until such time as we started to take that money from the CWR PDA.
So the interest rate at 2.25% is guaranteed?
It is guaranteed.
And that will be locked in the minute we approve this?
As soon as we approve the agreement, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get an approval for 11A2?
I'll move 11A2.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any comments? I'll add a comment. Director DeAndre, I want to thank you again. I cannot lavish enough kudos for you and your staff, especially the fact that you're going to be saving citizens money here in the sense that we are going to be locking in a 2.25% interest rate. So obviously this probably wasn't the case a year ago when you were looking at it when interest rates were low. We have another loan agreement that we're going to be talking about that's interest rates just keep going up and up. So I want to thank you and your staff for all the work that you've done on this. Seeing no other comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, Director. And then moving on to 11A3, amending Ordinance 15 for the WIFIA loan agreement. Talking about WIFIA again. Up here tonight is Deputy Director Sarah Stone to discuss the Water Fund WIFIA loan.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. We are talking about amending the water loan. This is similar to what we did with the sewer loan last month. So I'll just go to our update here. We do have a closing date scheduled for the WIFIA water loan in June. It's scheduled for June 9th, and that is a week before the next Fed meeting on interest rates. That's planned for the week of June 13th. There have again been external pressures on rates, and they've continued to rise. The rate today is 3.07%, which is
over the 2.95% that's in the original ordinance for this loan. The highest that the interest rate has hit in the last week is 3.27%, and that was last Monday, so it's kind of settled down a little bit. So the amendment to the ordinance increases the interest rate to 4.5% for an increased principal of $50 million. And that $50 million includes capital investment of includes capitalized interest of $11.9 million, and that would be at that maximum rate of 4.5%. The capital investment, again, for the water loan is $38.4 million. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Member Russell.
Thank you. So under the summary, where it talks about WIFIA water loan agreement to increase the maximum interest rate from 2.95 to 4.0 and increase the principal amount from $46,500,000 to $50 million. On the cover page of the EPA agreement and on page 18 in section 3, it says, WIFIA loan amount, the principal amount of the WIFIA loan shall not exceed $38,416,490. So how can we go over that?
Sure, so that's the principal amount, so that's the capital investment portion of the loan, and that principal amount wouldn't go over that. So the interest rate, because it's set at closing, we have to have some kind of cap on that, and that's what the amending ordinance does. So the difference between those two numbers is the capitalized interest at 4.5%.
Okay, so if, let's say, the interest rate did not go to 4.5%, it would be less than the 46,500,000, or is that the low?
So the 46.5 million was what was approved with the original ordinance at 2.95%.
Okay.
So it'd be in between those numbers.
Okay.
So the EPA provides us on the day of closing the amortization schedule at whatever that rate is. So if it's less than 4.5%, then yes, it would be less than $50 million.
And are we gonna have to raise water rates to cover that if it goes to 4.5%?
We would put that into the financial plan and evaluate it, but we've run it at this so far, and our continued rate increase or planned increases should be covered.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Deputy Director, Member Woodward.
Yes, so the work that's going to be coming out of this, spending this money, addresses the questions that were brought up in public comment, right?
So there's a suite of projects that are included within the principal amount of 38 million. Those projects aren't everything that's in our capital plan. So not just this money, but rates and fees and other funding sources cover.
But these things get city ditch covered from basically Chatfield. No, that was, or yes.
Sure.
So, thank you, Peter Van Rij, Director of Utilities. So City Ditch, that project by itself is not part of WIFIA funding. That will be funded separately through other rates and fees. The suite of projects that's under WIFIA includes upgrades to our pump station, upgrades to the Allen treatment plant, a lot of money for removal of lead service lines. It's not all the money we need for removal of lead service lines, but it's a significant amount. And so that's what's making up that 38 million.
Okay. So this does not include anything that will affect taste or hardness?
It will, because part of the improvements to the Allen treatment plant are to address potential taste and odor and hardness issues after we do the upfront work on City Ditch, which again is outside of the WIFIA funding, outside that federal funding. So we're not going to use federal funding for any of the piping of City Ditch. We're going to use our rates and fees that we generate as a city of Englewood to fund that project. And then based on the results of the water quality at the Allen plant after that project, then we'll decide how much additional softening may be required at the Allen treatment plant. at which point that can be funded through the WIFIA loan funding amount. So it's partially funded. Part of it is addressed by WIFIA.
Okay, so City Ditch then will be fully covered by the time we're really finishing up the WIFIA loan over on this side, correct?
Well, they're going to happen concurrently. So the WIFIA loan, we have 5 years to initiate a project. We have 7 years to draw down for the complete project amount. We're at the same time, we're going to be working on the piping of City Ditch as a parallel project. So both will be happening at the same time. But we want to understand the effects on water quality, source water quality from City Ditch before we go and design some kind of a additional softening process if necessary. And that would occur in that latter 4-year window.
So when you say 5 years, will it happen probably sooner than that? In the past, we've been talking about 3 years.
So our goal on the City Ditch is 3 years. And there's a lot of, that's an aggressive goal. There's a lot of hurdles that we have to get past in order to do that. But right now, that is our strategy, is to get City Ditch fully piped between Chatfield and the Allen plant in the next 3 years.
Okay, and the part of the piping is lead piping for service lines, for residential service lines, is that correct?
Yeah, so we factored in that as part of the WIFIA funding. So I believe it's 19 million, is that right? So 19 million that WIFIA could potentially fund for lead service line replacement. And if you take the fact that that's 49% of a total project cost, essentially double that, and that's the amount of lead service lines that we would remove as part of the WIFIA fund, if we fully maximize the WIFIA funding amount. So we remove a total of $38 million worth of lead service lines. We believe our potential is somewhere around 80 million. So WIFIA gets us maybe halfway, and then we're going after the infrastructure money that came out late last year, because there's money in there specifically targeted nationally at removing lead service lines. So that's the other funding mechanism that we're looking to access to address that final gap for lead service line removal.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from council? Member Russell?
So, thank you. The City Ditch, in taking that directly from Chatfield, we will bypass Big Dry Creek, right? Or, I mean, if we still get water from the river, Big Dry Creek goes into the river, right?
That's correct. So we're still going to do we're still working on completing the Big Dry Creek project. So that project is not, we didn't stop that project. It was paused, and we've picked it back up, and in picking it back up, we've realized that there are elements of it that were missing in the design. And so we're completing those elements to complete the remainder of that project. And so that it's been in 2 phases. The initial phase was completed as part of a bike path that went in, and now we're finishing that. So that's still going to occur. In parallel, City Ditch will be piped as well. So all of those projects, once executed, should help us address specifically hardness, but also taste and odor.
And are we going to have any problems with the pH of the water impacting the system that we currently have?
So we monitor pH. We don't want to change pH. That's where you start to get issues within the actual distribution system. So we monitor pH as part of the treatment process. So whatever the water comes in it, we adjust the pH in order to maintain a stable pH as it goes out into the system.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A3? Or excuse me, 11A3.
I move to approve 11A3.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. It's quicker to the draw. Any further comments? Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation again. We're almost there, and huge congratulations to staff for being at this point. I have been following this project since I was on the Budget Advisory Committee, and I'm just really thrilled about what this can mean for Englewood. As we heard earlier, even just tonight in public comment, water is such a big source of concern and importance for our community. It really is one of the most important things that we have. And as you mentioned earlier, you have been approaching these fixes aggressively, and I appreciate the focus and the speed with which you guys have moved to get this done, and hopefully we'll be celebrating it really soon.
Thank you, Member Nunkamp. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Nunenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Moving on to 11C1. Thank you, Deputy Director, and thank you, Director Van Rye. Moving on to 11C1, resolution to purchase one backhoe loader from Wagner Equipment. Up here now is, I believe, Operations Man. Oh no, this is Fleet Supervisor Brian Thompson. Am I correct? Oh, wait, hold on. This is Chris Edelstein. I'm sorry. Deputy Director of Operations, Chris Edelstein. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Chris Edelstein, I'm the Deputy Director of Operations and Maintenance for Public Works. So we're bringing together for consideration this evening one Caterpillar 420 backhoe. The unit we're looking to replace is a 2008. It has a 12-year life expectancy, so we are a couple years past when we should be replacing the units. Again, older equipment does cost a little bit more to operate and maintain. We will be utilizing a Sourcewell contract that Caterpillar has through May 13th of 2023 for this purchase. So with the maintenance and repair costs, so it's not just the age of the vehicle that we look at, we do look at the maintenance and repair as a percentage of the initial purchase cost. So this piece of equipment is up to 44%. We did have a couple other pieces that we were looking at to replace this year that were not high enough for us to consider, so we did not bring those forward for consideration. But this one at the 44%, that is where we're starting to get a little concerned with the repairs on it. So the financial implications, the SURF collected for this unit is only $65,000. The new unit is $133,000, so we do have a fund shortage of $67,000 approximately. We will take that $67,000 fund shortage and then add it into the SURF replacement charges. So over the next 12 years, Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf will make up that $67,000. So that way the purchase is fully funded. We will utilize the SURF budget for the full purchase price right now. We have looked at the overall fund balance and what will be coming in over the upcoming years. We do feel that we can make this purchase and still have money to make all the other necessary purchases going forward. So this is just an example going through the SURF collected and then what the new annual charges will be. So we have this fund shortage because we weren't looking at replacement costs of what it would be 12 years down in the future. So we have started to increase and take that into consideration. Right now we're looking at 4%. Obviously that's going to be flexible by the year. These units right now are going up about 6% a quarter, we've been quoted recently. So it's something that we will take a look at on an annual basis and adjust that. So currently for this unit, it would be looking about $17,000 a year, and then again over the 12-year life expectancy of the piece of equipment. So we do recommend council approve the purchase of the 420 backhoe loader from Wagner Equipment. On the quote, it does say that this unit will be available late June. They do not include a year with that, but we're hoping that that is this year. So we'll see with supply chain if that holds true or not. So with that, any questions this evening?
Thank you, Deputy Director, and apologies on the all-around fail on my end. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one question on M&E costs, maintenance and whatever the other thing is.
Maintenance and repair.
Repair, M&R, okay. Does that, what specifically does that include? Is that things like tires and oil or
It's mostly breakdown repairs, so it's gonna be looking at, hydraulic repairs or transmission repairs, things on that nature, not consumables, to my knowledge.
Okay.
We can confirm.
That would be one thing that I would be interested in knowing is if that number is actually routinely included in our numbers that we're looking at, because we are regularly comparing the total maintenance and repair costs of a unit that we've spent thus far to the cost of a new unit. And I wouldn't want to use tires or oil as part of that comparison to determine the value of the residual value of a vehicle, or whether or not it's costing us a ton of money to keep in service.
Okay.
So that would be helpful for me in the future. I'm in favor of this replacement. I think it's time. You've made an effective case for it, but going forward, that would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward.
Yes, first question is, maintenance and repair is by the service center, right? And then there's a cost associated with that.
That is correct. So we do the majority of the repairs with in-house staff. If there's something above their expertise, we would have to contract that repair out.
Sure, but so for Parks and Recreation, they pay that to the service center funds, so a part of this money is internal.
Yes.
And it's taken care of internally. Second question I have, I know Parks and Recreation and Public Works share equipment at times. There's, for example, they're not gonna use a backhoe all the time, and then I assume Parks or Public Works would use it, and
that is correct.
when they need a dump truck, I don't know if they probably don't have a dump truck, but they get it from Public Works. So it's shared. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Member Noonan-Kemp.
Yeah, I have a question just about the fact that we have a shortfall in paying for this. We're 2 years overdue replacing it. Is it just that the cost of the equipment has outpaced the funding of the surf balance?
When it was originally set up, we were looking to replace the purchase price, and obviously 12 years, that is not going to hold true. So that's what we're trying to catch up with. And again, moving forward, that's when we're implementing that to make sure we don't get in the same situation.
Great, that was going to be my next question about how we don't, get here again. And a bit to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, just kind of looking at some of those maintenance and repair costs, and we have a shortage in surf. We're looking at adding more money from the Parks and Recreation Department to cover this. Is there ever a consideration? I know we're 2 years over on replacing this, but waiting another year until we have the funds available. How do you make that evaluation?
So the way that surf is set up, we will go up to 3 years before at that point we do consider it old enough to be replaced regardless of the maintenance and repair costs. So again, it's between 40, we really started getting nervous, and then above that is when we're looking to replace it, or the 3 years after the current life expectancy.
So what is the thinking of coming 2 years and not 3? Is it not functioning enough?
Due to the 44% on the maintenance and repair.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I'll move 11C1.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Kemp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Up next is City Attorney Tamara Niles to discuss resolution designating City Attorney's Claims Settlement Authority. Good evening, City Attorney.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on this tonight. When I first started here at the city, we had a general practice of paying out small claims, and that's a practice that continues to today. For example, work comp claims, when we receive an invoice for a work comp injury that occurs on the job and for which we're clearly liable, the city pays the invoice and doesn't hold it up. So medical providers get paid in a timely manner. Work comp recipients receive damages to which they're entitled in a very timely manner. In addition, occasionally we are involved in small property damage claims for which the city is at fault, allegedly. But when we see a claim where it appears we need to pay it, we don't hold the money from the people that are owed. As a matter of practice, the city pays small property damage claims upon receipt of an invoice when it's clear that we owe the money. My issue with that is we don't have any clear authority to do that under our municipal code or our charter. While the city manager has authority to authorize contracts up to $100,000, we've struggled fitting that framework as it applies to these claims because it's not really a contract. So it's unclear for staff as to what we're actually supposed to be doing. So I would feel much more comfortable if City Council clarified that for us. And that's why we brought this forward today. The city also regularly receives claims for liability or threatened litigation. And these are the claims in which my office is normally involved. So sometimes we have clear liability, but it's not just a matter of paying an invoice. It could be someone presented an invoice to us for $2,000, but we think we owe the money, maybe their insurance paid for some of it, and we can settle it quickly for a much smaller amount. And those are claims as they directly affect my office. The city charter, section 65, gives City Council clear authority to authorize the city attorney to settle claims against the city. And so we are requesting that you utilize that authority by adopting a resolution. I did already describe the current practice by the city, jumped the gun on that one. And our current practice is that my office reports all of the claims that we receive to City Council once a month, and you received that claims report today. It is attorney-client privilege, so it's not available to the public, as it often contains our opinions regarding liability or facts that show that we are not liable and we will vigorously defend a case, or facts that we think we probably are going to pay something. Either way, it's not suitable for public distribution. And so now we currently follow city direction regarding claims, which means we vigorously defend all claims in which we are likely to prevail. We've had multiple conversations with City Council about our claims and defense policy, and that the city just isn't an open checkbook. If you make a claim, we're not just going to write a check to make it go away. My recommended best practice for the city is to formally establish a claims resolution policy to provide guidance to staff. And I would recommend we maintain the current practices regarding small damage claims, payment of invoices, payment of work comp claims. We don't want to delay those, but I would like us to have some clear authority to do that. We would propose that all claims continue to be reported to City Council no matter what size. We report work comp claims, we report damage claims, we report slip and falls, even if we think we're not going to get a claim, but it might be a claim. But we prefer to provide City Council with more information rather than less. Now, City Council does have oversight in this because the City Council, or I'll go back to that. The City Council does budget and appropriate funds for risk management, which is the pool of money that we utilize to pay work comp claims, that we pay litigation claims, that we use to pay insurance premiums. So City Council does have oversight. And we would also request that settlement authority be limited. We've saw propose our sample policies from across the US from $5,000 up to much higher. I'm not comfortable with a terribly high limit because my goal is to ensure a swift resolution of claims, still provide notice to City Council, but sometimes when there's 7 of you, it can be difficult to have swift authority to settle these small ones. And then this is the actual language that we wrote into the resolution. I wanted the public to be able to have access to that easily, because sometimes reading through an entire resolution can be a little bit onerous. It does say that when we will vigorously defend claims against frivolous claims, but then we should swiftly resolve claims where the city does clearly owe the money. So that proposed authority is up to $10,000 to settle claims. for which the city may be liable, and to execute settlement agreements for that as long as funds are budgeted and appropriated. Anything over $10,000 would still require city council approval. So I gave some examples. If we have a vehicle damage claim that we can settle for less than the amount sought, we can do it quickly, and it looks like we might owe the money, or maybe a little story that it looks like we might. If we conclude we are likely to pay out, this would give us authority to authorize that payment as long as the funds are available in that budgeted line item. Additional provisions, we would have authority to expend funds from risk management to defend claims. And this is our current practice. When we have a claim that requires a defense counsel, we do request appointment of defense counsel under CIRSA, but then risk management would pay our deductible. Risk management line item would pay the deductible. And then we'd also have clear authority to pay workers' compensation claims. I do anticipate you might have some questions regarding the amount, if that's appropriate, and I think it's completely flexible, whatever city council thinks is appropriate. I wouldn't want to go any higher than 10,000 personally, but I'm certainly comfortable less. And I would also recommend that work comp claims, we be authorized to continue the current practice of paying those out.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, for the presentation tonight. Anyone want to kick us off with questions? Member Woodward.
Question regarding, do you know when that 5,000, whether it was originally in the policy or modified to 5,000, when was it brought to that number?
I have not seen any prior policy with this authorization. I saw that from other cities, not in the city of Englewood. So as far as I can tell, this is the first time anyone has brought this type of request to city council.
Which means it's been there quite a while. And so I'm just curious as to, I'm not sure if I fully understand why you're real comfortable with 10,000 as opposed to a higher number, because I'm sure, I don't know how much, time you've saved or anything you're saving with going from 5,000 to 10,000. How many claims are there at 10,000? I'm trying to determine, shouldn't that maybe be higher than 10,000?
Well, I'll tell you the reason why I wouldn't want a higher maximum than 10 is because I do think these are important issues for city council to consider, and anything higher than 10,000 may warrant a debate, may warrant a more rigorous discussion about liability or mitigating factors, that sort of thing. But we're also proposing this in a resolution, and a resolution is easily modified. If after a year in practice or less, we determine that amount doesn't work, we can certainly bring that back to city council.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
Move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second? Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm really happy that you brought this forward. On occasion, there's a tendency of people to say, you've been doing what for how long without authorization? And to really sort of hit on the fact that we've been routinely settling these in-house without a direct council action. And I want to say that this coming forward is a sign of our efforts to govern the city effectively and to provide some balance on where council needs to be involved and where it's more appropriate for staff that has expert level experience and things like litigation and liability analysis is a more appropriate vector for the claim. So thank you for bringing this forward. I'm pleased to support it tonight.
Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Nunnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. You're going nowhere. We are now going to consider revisions to the City Council policies regarding public comment and proclamations. Good evening.
Thank you again. Of course, this was initiated by council when several issues were raised. And we discussed whether we need to consider supplementing the city council policies. So of course, it was April 25th, 2022. So then we drafted proposed amendments to the city council policies. These are policies adopted by motion by city council and guide our procedures and our policies by council. We had a couple of revisions that we had identified independently that weren't specifically raised by city council. And I just keep a running document whenever I see something that may be ambiguous. And so this we would add upon request by any council member. Printed materials are also made available at the same time. The standard practice now is to provide council packets electronically. So we wanted to make it clear if any council member wants it in hard copy, just let city staff know. For public comment, this is public comment during meetings, not including public hearings. We would clarify that matters during public comment may be referred to staff for further study and response. And then also we had some issues and some questions regarding a public hearing, whether someone can speak during public comment and on the subject of the public hearing. And it's my understanding prior practice was that if there was a public hearing scheduled, you couldn't also discuss it at public comment. But then nothing specifically said that. So this would clarify that if there is a public hearing, any comment regarding the subject of that hearing will be during the hearing and not during public comment. And that makes sure that our record regarding the hearing and the matters considered during the hearing is complete and easily can be found. Say 10 years from now, if someone's looking for trash, they're going to go to the agenda item for trash and look at that. They're not necessarily going to search for public comment. In addition, it clarifies that no speaker may yield time to another speaker or speak more than once during public comment. That was somewhat ambiguous. I think it was suggested in the policies, but it makes it clear. It would add an intimidation of speakers provision. And this was, I tried to capture the council discussion on this issue, and I think it was Councilmember Wink had some really good comments on that. And I wrote, in order to ensure meeting attendees or speakers are not intimidated, marginalized, or otherwise coerced by other meeting attendees, no person shall boo, clap, yell, speak off mic, or speak in response to or during a speaker's comments without being recognized by the presiding officer. The policy did say you are required to be recognized by the presiding officer, but it didn't have these specific provisions. And we also are proposing a clarification for pre-approved proclamations. The proclamation policy was new, and when staff went to implement it, we realized there was some ambiguity regarding the proclamations that had already been discussed, and a consensus decided to put them on agendas versus ones that aren't. So this clarifies that procedure. With that, I welcome your questions.
Thank you again, Madam Attorney. Any questions from council? Member Woodward.
Yeah, I like this on the ads. I would like to see the signs and placards, and I'm not trying to get into what free speech would be. Free speech could be right outside those doors or whatever, but I can't tell you how distracting it is. Sitting here and right over here is somebody holding a sign and moving it around. And it's very, very distracting. And I think it's inappropriate in a meeting like this.
I did research that issue several weeks ago when we were looking at this policy, because there was a noticeable increase of signage brought into the council chambers. And at the same time, there was an article that came out about it, and I shared it with the mayor. It's funny how that happens regularly when we're considering an issue. A big article comes out, and it specifically stated, and my research confirmed that probably is not allowed for us to flat prohibit signage, but we could certainly regulate it in some manners. But a flat prohibition is not advisable.
So if it's not at least being moved around and stuff like that during the meeting, I mean, it's very distracting, and that's all I can say about it. I don't know if anybody else, it was right in front of me here, so it's catching my eye. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Member Russell.
I have a couple of questions. One of them is on the one that no speaker may yield their allotted time to another speaker or speak more than once during. So does that apply to, there are times that people have sent an email and council members will read it into the record. Does that apply to that? Or does that apply to another citizen reading somebody's email into the record? Or is it just not being able to yield your time? You're signed up and you don't want to use the rest of it. Is that what it means?
So it only applies to people speaking here at the podium during public comment. This doesn't apply to city council members and things that they may say during the meeting. City council members have a much more broad right to speak during public meetings. In fact, there's no guaranteed right to public comment at all. Public comment exists only to the extent that city council wishes to allow it. So public comment is quite a bit different. But yes, this came up when somebody asked if they could read somebody else's email into the record, and our policies were ambiguous. It was also ambiguous if, let's say someone signed up for 5 minutes, they only spoke for 1, and then they said, well, this person already spoke, but I'm going to yield my time to them. This would make it clear that you have to sign up to speak or speak during unscheduled public comment. It also appeared to be a little bit ambiguous to me as to whether someone could speak during scheduled public comment and then speak during unscheduled public comment. We really went down some rabbit holes when we were looking at what people could discuss and when during a public hearing. And so we wanted to look at all of those issues and just close the loop on them to provide clarity to everyone. So if it comes up again, we can say, oh, sorry, our council policy says you can't do that. Or perhaps we want to amend it to say our council policies say you can do that. Either way, I'm requesting a modification to provide clarity to staff.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question, and this is on the one in G about, it's about, you know, other speakers, intimidating other speakers. So who is the judge? Is it the mayor?
Well, I attempted to draft it so that it is objectively enforceable, not subjectively enforceable, because we don't want to at all regulate anyone's viewpoint. We don't want to favor someone that's pro something and versus people that are anti something. So I wanted to make it very even and clearly applicable to everybody in the room, no matter what their viewpoint is. So most likely it would be the mayor, because the mayor's charged with running the meeting. So that if someone is booing or clapping or raising their voice at somebody, then the mayor would say, please, we would request that everyone don't speak or verbalize unless you're recognized by the chair.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Attorney Niles, for the presentation. Just to follow up to Member Russell's question, that the mayor, of course, would be generally enforcing this, but would it also apply if a council member wanted to do a point of order, for example, if the mayor, you know, of course not this mayor, but some mayor, was okay with, you know, his side cheering or booing the other side or something like that? Could any council member, you know, interject with a point of order to follow the policies?
Yes,
Okay,
I think that's perfectly appropriate.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
We have some policies and procedures regarding public comment, timing of public comment, what a member of the public is required to disclose when they come to speak with us, that are enshrined in our Englewood Municipal Code. And we're doing this by resolution. where in your mind does the line between resolution and code fall? It occurs to me that perhaps cheering or applause or something else might be more appropriate as an ordinance where we make it law. This is how you behave when the council is in session, as opposed to a resolution, which tends, in my opinion, to be more difficult to locate and find for an ordinary citizen.
Well, this isn't even a resolution, it's a motion because it's in the council policies. It's completely within council's discretion to decide what goes into municipal code and becomes part of our law versus what is a policy adopted by city council. In past practice, we've treated these conduct during meetings, we've treated as policies that were included in the council policies manual, but you would have discretion to move it over to code. Of course, instead of a motion, that would be adopted by ordinance with 2 readings, go into effect 30 days after, and then we would update it onto Muni Code.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. Attorney Niles, yeah, similarly to what Mayor Pro Tem just asked, because there have been and there has been, let's say, an increasing, well, let's just say, there have been instances where some citizens don't feel comfortable coming forward because of the treatment of other citizens in the room, and they don't feel empowered to share their point of view. I'm wondering what iteration of law what iteration of law we can implement to, one, not put 100% of the burden on the mayor because that human is the presiding officer, right? But I mean, to enforcement. I mean, to what degree can we really enforce? I've studied this, I've seen it, but in actuality, we're going to carry somebody out of the room if they just refuse to stop, because I've seen the mayor ask to please be respectful, but it doesn't stop. And so what really can we do? And what enables us to do something maybe more, nothing punitive, but just to enable everyone that equal opportunity to share their point of view?
That's a really good question, and it's actually a very complex analysis because this is open to the public, and the public has a right to observe these proceedings under the Open Meetings Act. They have a right to be here. And so it really is a spectrum of how bad the behavior is, dictates what we can do in response. I've seen city councils do everything when someone refuses to comply to either recess, leave the room, and have the security guard come in and address it. I've seen city councils that just recessed and came back to the meeting at a later date. There are additional things we can look at depending on the conduct. If it's so bad, they can be charged with a crime. I mean, there's harassment, there's threatening somebody, there are things that can result in a criminal charge. Most of the things we're talking about would not, if you're clapping, if you're booing. It's more interrupting and potential intimidation. So we would just have to play that by ear. And the mayor and I have discussed this a little bit as to what's the appropriate response. And it really is on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the action is, how bad it is. What does it rise to the level of a crime? Probably not. So then what do we do? And then also there's the option of, can we forcibly remove somebody? Do we want to forcibly remove somebody?
Right. That's uncomfortable. Thank you. That's good to know. I mean, obviously our mayor, is a strong individual in and of himself, but as a 7-member body, I wanted to find out, just so that we can be supportive and that his neck doesn't feel to be on the guillotine to make some major decision on his own. And there's retribution and all of that. So I'm glad to know that the two of you are engaging in problem solving and thoughtful options for following up. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I have a question. In the past, or back when I was on council in the past, the sergeant of arms was the city attorney. Now, things are a little different because the city attorney sat right up here. Also, while I was mayor, I had removed people from chambers for making statements, blurting out statements from the audience, or just speaking a point of view or whatever. Finally asked them to have them remained or removed from chambers and had a police officer remove them. So we've done it before.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. On the kind of standards for decorum, my question is, how do you recommend we communicate this to the public? So if folks aren't listening tonight or reading our policy manual along with all of, the other things that are in there, what's the best way to notify the public, especially if folks who are coming for the first time? Is it when the mayor begins public comment and says, you just state your name and your address, and also these are the standards for decorum, or how do we institutionalize this?
I've seen it that way, where the mayor says, I would remind everyone that there's no booing or clapping, and please don't speak unless you're recognized. I think you could also do signage, either outside, or I don't know that I would recommend it in this beautiful room. But when people come in, there is a table, and we can certainly place it on that table as well. In addition, if somebody is violating the rules of the rules of decorum, if I'm asked, I always speak. So if a council member wants, or the mayor wants to ask me, does this violate our rules, or can you remind the attendees what our rules of decorum are, I'm always happy to do that as well.
Thank you.
Member Woodward, did you have another question or no? Member Russell.
Thank you. I would just like to say, I think that the public has been pretty responsive when we've asked them to do things. And I'm going to tell you that if we start running these meetings with an iron fist, we're going to reap the consequences of that, because they are our boss. And we need to treat the public, this has always been my experience, even when I was acting mayor, if you treat the public with dignity and respect, they treat you with dignity and respect in return. There are rules for council members about decorum. We can run a meeting effectively and we need to have guidelines to do that, but we can't establish decorum for the public other than maintaining order in the meeting, because I have seen council members ream a member of the public, and that is disgusting. So I haven't seen this council do that, but it is possible for that. So I think we got to be careful about having double standards also. Whatever we're expecting of them, we need to expect of ourselves also. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. One question for me, Madam Attorney, is just regarding scheduled public comment and unscheduled public comment. We don't delineate between an administrative public hearing versus a quasi-judicial. Are we saying that this is going to be for all public hearings regardless?
That's how I've written it, yes, that public comment is not appropriate for any matter that's scheduled for a public hearing, whether it's quasi-judicial or administrative. There are different provisions in municipal code regarding what we have to do during mainly quasi-judicial hearings, and we have more flexibility in administrative, but the proposed policy doesn't differentiate.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I just wanted to bring it up because the most recent situation that we encountered with this was an administrative, and so just wanted to bring it to the forefront. Member Woodward, do you have another question, or is that light not turning off for you?
Well, no, I do have another question. A place that we could put something is right under recognition of scheduled public comment, where the addition of there's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. That, that was added in 2008. And when it seemed like, I think to a lot of the public, 2008, 2009, the recession, Great Recession. And all of a sudden, this is my opinion.
Point of order.
Pardon me?
Point of order. If we're going to start discussing, can we put a motion on the table? Because
Yeah, actually, I thought you were getting there with the question, so apologies.
Well, that was the question. There was a question, where would we put it? I think you posed it. And that would be my answer, where we put it. I don't know.
Anything else on that one? Sorry, Member Woodward saw. Anything else? Don't see anything. Well, without any further questions, can we get a motion to approve 11C3?
I move to approve 11C3.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
A second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Now can we get any comments from council? Member Noonan-Camp's first.
Thank you, Mayor. I am inclined to support this tonight. I think a lot of these are just good clarifications, takes out some of the gray area and improves the functioning of our meetings. But there is one thing that I would like to discuss, and it's around the standards for decorum in our meetings. I do want to say I really appreciate the work the city attorney has done on this, and I think that she's worked really hard to capture what the council has asked for, and I just want to make sure I'm getting this language exactly correct. But what I would like to look at is the comment. It says to ensure that speakers are not intimidated, marginalized, or coerced. Now, I understand that that sometimes is both the intention of a speaker, and it's also sometimes the effect on other citizens. But I'm concerned about implying that that is always the motivation. Sometimes when someone's clapping, they're not trying to coerce or intimidate another citizen, even if that might be the effect. And I'm concerned about adding that language. So I would like to see an amendment just to clarify, and I have some language here, but to say that, you know, these standards are to ensure that city council meetings are conducted democratically and effectively, and so that all members of the public have full, fair, and equal opportunity to be heard. I think that some of these standards are about running the meeting efficiently so that, you know, we're not wasting time, so that we're not kind of getting off track, so people can hear one another. Sometimes when there's a lot of applause, it's hard to hear what people are saying. So I am concerned about kind of ascribing the motivation in the written document, and would like to see that change if my colleagues are amenable to it.
Actually, I could second an amendment like that.
Member Noonan-Camp, have you made a motion for that? Do you want to make the motion? I didn't hear the motion, so.
No, I can make the motion. I move to amend, let's see here. After guidelines 2, and then strike, in order to ensure meeting attendees, and then to strike just the intimidated, marginalized, and coerced piece, and to just say, ensure meetings are conducted democratically and effectively, and so that all members of the public have a full, fair, and equal opportunity to be heard.
Member Noonan-Camp, are you looking at page 2 of the document?
Page 11.
Well, okay, and it scrolls down all the way to page 11. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. And Member Russell, did you want to second that?
Yes, second.
Perfect. Do we have comment now, or any comment from council? Member Russell.
I actually appreciate that rewording because, as Member Noonan-Camp so aptly suggested, that, you know, sometimes people aren't deliberately doing things. Sometimes people feel that that's happened to them, but it really never was the intent. And I think that frames this in a more positive wording, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if Member Noonan-Camp would be amenable to keeping that language and adding the suggested language, just because in the 6 however many years I've been on council, it has been clear that there has been, malicious intent. And so just to cover both sides of the coin, to protect all citizens, to not accuse them of being right negatively and intentions. I think I just made up a word. But what about if we maintain what we have and then add what you have? I think it would read beautifully. It would capture everything that we want to capture. I think the specificity of what exists right now, I think we want to not lose that. Just to protect our citizens. So let's say we will not do this, but we are doing this for this. What do you think of that? And that's my comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I support Member Nunecamp's edits as she stated them. I think that what she's done is captured the kind of the intent in a more positive way. I don't think the policy remains the same, that people shall not do these things. So I like the way it was, the motion on the table I like without changes.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else? Member Woodward.
Yes, I support the revised motion. However, I would like to get something in there about signs and placards in chambers.
Point of order, that would be a separate amendment.
Okay, so can
The current motion is just to make the changes based off of the wording that Member Nunekamp, but we can add a second motion after this. Any other comments? I guess I'll speak up. I'll vote against this. I actually do like the wording the way it is, just because it does state specifically what the expectations are. I don't mind the wording that Member Nunekamp is stating. I just based on what I've seen over the past month, I just think that providing that direction of what the expectation is within city council meetings, I would like that clearly stated. And so I prefer the wording that we see in front of us. So I'll be voting against that, against the motion, stated motion. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nunekamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
I
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Wink and Mayor Sierra.
Thank you, City Clerk. Anyone else with any further motions? Member Woodward.
I would like to make a motion to let's see, add to F, is it, I'm having a problem seeing what's there. It looks like F is crossed out and G is crossed out.
Go ahead, Member Woodward. If you just state what you'd like to change, I'm sure that we could find a place for it within the
I would like
policy.
to add that signs and placards will not be in chambers.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Actually, so that's the motion. Can I get a second? I will second that just to strike a conversation. So I'll second that. Comments? Member Anderson.
Well, first of all, I'm not supportive of this motion. I think placards are acceptable. I would consider, some kind of limits on the size or something like that. But I do believe the city attorney spoke to this as a potential legal liability. So if she could repeat that, I would be curious.
Yes, while I was sitting here, I pulled up a case on that issue. And I don't think we can just completely prohibit signs and placards. I think those do have some First Amendment protection to present a viewpoint. However, I would like to research whether we can regulate them and then in what ways. If perhaps a certain size or where they should be placed, or if we can prohibit the movement of them, because that's what I believe you said was so distracting. So I would like the opportunity to research that more thoroughly before we take action on that.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Member Woodward.
Okay. If we want to move on, then I would be willing to rescind that while the city manager or city attorney is researching that, and I would ask her to look directly at City of Denver City Council. And so maybe they can be in the back of the room or something, but not held up, being waved around and that sort of thing, so they are a distraction.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Nunekamp.
Yeah, I just want to add that if the city attorney is going to be doing this research, I'd like it to include things like T-shirts and buttons and political speech. And I've had some experience with this in the past, and oftentimes those things are all kind of included, and so we may as well be thorough. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
I just want to make sure, like, you know, if we had some very, I'm frankly not, I don't want to have the city attorney do work on this if there's not support from council, and I would prefer to not even bother looking into it. I don't think it was sufficiently problematic to warrant a change like this. So I don't want to put that on the city attorney if we don't have 4 people who want to, and I frankly don't want to move forward with doing the research personally. I think I think some of the signs and the moving around can be kind of obnoxious, but if that's how people want to communicate, or if they're sufficiently frustrated with the process that's what they want to do, I don't want to stop that. So I'm happy leaving that out of the policy, and if there's support for that side from the rest of council.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Nunekamp.
I hear what you're saying, Member Anderson, but to the city attorney's point, while I may agree with you and not be interested in removing them, I do think that there are outstanding questions about, you know, some, like she mentioned, size or movement or other things. And I think that if she's saying that her office would like to do the research for clarification so we can continue to remove some of this gray area. I know there's been questions about should they sit in line of the camera and, you know, some of those things. I do think that research would be helpful going forward.
Anyone else? Member Wink and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm a little with Anderson. I feel a little concerned at doing this, moving forward in any step in this direction is really starting to curtail our citizens' rights. Yes, it's not fun, but I feel like it's an opportunity for them to express themselves. I mean, I think if we maintain decorum in the other ways that we've established and talked about this evening, the signage, even if you want to wear a t-shirt, it says I hate Wink. I mean, I don't know. I think our citizens should be able to do that. It just feels like it's trickling on the rights infringement a little much for me. So I'm not in support of this.
Thank you, Member Wink. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm with Member Anderson on this as well. I'm not sure it's actually worth the lift for our attorney's office. I don't really have much appetite on restricting signs in the council chambers. As much as I dislike a council chambers that looks like a football stadium where people act like they're in a football stadium, I also dislike anything that appears as if this body is treading on the Bill of Rights. And so for that reason, I think the level of destructiveness of a sign or disruption of a sign is probably a better word, doesn't rise to the point where this body needs to act.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll wait. Go ahead, Member Russell. You go first.
I will agree with Member Anderson, the Mayor Pro Tem, and Member Wink. I do believe that we need to be very careful about not limiting. If we limit everything they do, it will backfire on us. So, and I don't want to limit anybody's freedom of speech or expression. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. I'll weigh in. I haven't found the signs to be distracting at all at this point. I do worry about, or I do wonder about, does it rise to the next level? But then if it rises to the next level, does our revised policy that we're voting on tonight kind of curtail what could happen with those signs? So to me, I'm not sure if it's really needed if we're going to move forward with, obviously I'm kind of like getting ahead of myself, but if we were to move forward with this council policy that we have tonight. So at this point, I don't think it's necessary, but I'll be happy to revisit that at a future date if we realize that there does need to be a council policy on the signs. But at this point, I think I'm fine with the things as it is. But to that point, I will now ask Member Woodward, I believe the motion on the table is to have restriction or to curtail the signs. I can't remember what the wording was, but did you want to withdraw that motion, or should we continue with the? Actually, the motion's already on the table, so should we just vote? I seconded it, so I went ahead and seconded it, but I think that's common. I guess we could just vote on the.
Yeah, I can withdraw it, doesn't seem to have support.
Is there a preference there, City Attorney?
The easiest way is just to vote it down,
Yep.
but you can do a friendly withdrawal and a friendly withdrawal of your second. But,
Right.
technically, we should go ahead and vote on it.
I say, yeah, I'm okay with voting on it. If no other comments, City Clerk, can you take the vote on curtailing signs? I can't remember the wording though.
Member Anderson,
Nay.
Member Noonenkamp,
Nay?
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Nay.
Member Wink,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
The record shows 6 nays and 1 aye.
Thank you. Any other, Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make some comments on this in general, because I think this is more about the manner of how we implement this than the policies themselves, I think. And I want to just credit the mayor. Like I don't, as I've been watching city council meetings over the years, I haven't seen a mayor that's done as good of a job as our current mayor in just providing a context of real freedom for people to speak. And even when he's corrected and asked for people to come in to, like, people are persuaded by somebody who's friendly and not intimidated by the crowd. And I think that's the vibe we want to continue to put out, is that if we have policies about booing and clapping, to just say, please don't do that, or to say, just a calm approach. And if we are calm from the dais, I think that's reflected from the citizens. I think the mayor's done a great job, and I would just kind of encourage us as we go forward to continue with that approach, to put forward the kind of attitude that we want to have, to not get angry or anxious about what's going on in chambers, but to be calm. And I think people respond to that really well. So that's how I hope we implement these policies.
Appreciate the nice words, Member Anderson. Member Wink.
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. I do concur wholeheartedly about the job you've done so far, Mayor Sierra. I do, however, feel that even with the piece that you read at the beginning of public comment, we read it every week, but you read it and people ignore it, and they boo and they hiss and they do whatever, and they chat loudly during. So I do believe you've done an exceptional job, but I do think that people are still going to do what they're going to do. And so I think the policy revising decorum is helpful. Allow people their freedom of speech, let them hold signs and, share their piece, but just not interrupt the business or the sharing of others. So I think everything we're doing in line will work tonight, but I don't see any effects of, people are going to do what people are going to do. But anyway, thank you, Mayor Sierra, because it has made a difference. You have made a difference.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Member Wink. Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one more item that we may want to look at, and we don't necessarily have to look at it now, but below where we're making this change regarding the behavior of attendees, paragraph H now, the presiding officer shall advise any speaker of a violation of these rules. That puts the onus for responding to issues related to this directly on the mayor. And I'm wondering if council wants to consider perhaps addressing that through a point of order by any member of the body, or if we want to leave it where it is now in the mayor's lap.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson.
I think this is inconsistent with Bob's rules of order, in that any city council member does have the responsibility to, or can, or are permitted to respond to any violation of the policies. So, I think we could just scratch that whole that whole point there and just go with Bob's rules of orders. And obviously the primary responsibility falls on the mayor, but if it's not done by the mayor, then anybody else can interject, and that's kind of the process set forward in Bob's rules of order.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I agree. I don't think necessarily that we need to strike it. I think it's not inconsistent with Bob's rules of order, and I do believe that all of us can support the mayor by, if there is a problem, calling point of order, but it's still the mayor that's going to have to follow through on the point of order. Now, there are also ways in Bob's rules of order, if the majority of council did not agree with the mayor in whatever he did, we could overrule that too. So I think there are rules there. I think it's okay to leave it in. Thank you.
Member Wink.
I couldn't agree with Member Russell more. She's on point. She's absolutely quoting the rules of managing governing bodies at the municipal level. So I think leave it as is. We can support the mayor. It's kind of what I touched on earlier. You know, it's one person's job, but you are the presiding officer. But yeah, absolutely. Everything Member Russell said is so accurate. I'm with her.
Any other comments? Anyone? Member Anderson.
Sorry, thanks, Mayor. I'm fine with leaving this as is, but I do think it puts a fairly heavy onus. It's a shall advise any speaker of a violation of these rules. That I think there's an art to this where the mayor, will sometimes it's okay to let them get enough out to go, okay, that's into violation of territory, violation of the policy territory. But I see the point. I think it's fine if we leave it in there, but just implementing these policies in an artful way, I think, is the key.
Perfect. Anyone else? If Member Russell?
Have we already made a motion to accept this? But we haven't voted on it.
We haven't voted on it. So right now we have the original motion with the change stated by Member Noonan-Camp.
Okay, thank you. And I just would like to share, I do appreciate the job that you are doing, Mayor Sierra, in handling the public with grace and dignity, and council also. You have been very respectful, and I think it has changed the dynamics. I mean, I've actually even heard from the public that the dynamics have changed because you're running the meeting. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Member Russell. We're all equal up here, so I'm one of 7, so no one should gain an extra advantage on the floor or on the dais is the way I see it. So, Member Wink, did you have a question or an additional comment?
I just want to say it's leadership. Leadership is hard. It's tough. You're the leader. We support you. It's just how it is. Some of us do this every day for our jobs. It's not a foreign concept. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Wink. If nothing else, City Clerk, can you read what the motion currently is so we're all clear up here, and then we'll take the vote.
So this would be the motion to approve 11C3, the council policy manuals as amended, essentially.
Perfect. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk. We are now on to agenda item 12, general discussion, Mayor's choice. I will try to keep this short just because we are at the top of the hour almost. But I just want to say a couple things. One, I want to extend a thanks and just a congratulations to our community development department. We received an award for one of the best cities to start a small business in from Wallet Hub last week. I believe we were 36 or 37, somewhere around there in the top 100. Either way, we're the only Colorado city that appeared on this list. And so obviously I'm always proud of the work that the community development department has done, especially over the last few years. So I just wanted to express my gratitude and just congratulations for making our city look good. So that's one. Second, I kind of gave the city manager a heads up about this, but on Friday during the city manager report, there was a comment at the bottom that basically stated that summer camp potentially may get canceled here in the city of Englewood. And so, just full disclosure, I actually have my son signed up for a couple of the weeks there. But just as a parent, especially as a single parent, I know how hard it is to get kids into summer camp. They fill up fast. They fill up in January or February. So when you believe you have your kid in a summer camp and then it potentially closes down late in the season, what I consider, well, my son's school goes on summer break next week. I had the ability, I have a support network where I have my mom, I have my brothers that can watch my son while I work, also work from home. So it's easy for me to find backup for my son during the summer months when I was expecting him to be at summer camp. Not everyone has that ability. So obviously, if there's a way that the city, and I understand city manager with everything that's going on with the labor market and just short staff everywhere, I understand that there may be some limitations for us holding a summer camp, but I am asking the city manager to kind of look into what we can do to make sure the summer camp happens. If my son needs to be pulled out and one of the other families needs to come in, that is fine with me as well, but just want to make sure that I'm just stating the importance that I see in us running a summer camp here in the city of Bangor when many families may be expecting to have one. So I guess that'll be all for tonight just because we're kind of short on time. So anyone else have something for member's choice? I'll start with Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just mention something about CASE, because I know CASE has been brought up a number of times and disparaged by various groups and people as a lobbying group or something like that. I've never been to a CASE meeting. I don't know many of the CASE members. I don't agree with a number of their policies. But if there is one group in Englewood I have seen as a model of how to do public engagement, it's CASE. Here's a group of people, citizens of Englewood, who independently organize themselves with a positive vision of what they want their city to look like. And I would want to encourage more and more of that. And I find it unfortunate that citizen groups like that get disparaged. I wish there was a homelessness advocacy group or a strong towns or development advocacy group on how to really build this financial strength of our community. We need more groups like CASE, not less. So anybody out there being discouraged by having citizens and others talk negatively about it, I'm just even though I disagree with their policies, I've never been a part of them, I think that's the kind of thing we need more of in Englewood, not less, is citizens who want to organize themselves. If you're one of the people out there who doesn't like CASE, it may be the reason you don't like them is because they're effective and they care about the city, and maybe you need to organize your own group for your own positive vision for the city. So anyway, I wanted to say that, wanted to get it off my chest. Thank you for citizens who are engaged in our city and are willing to organize themselves for their good of the city, even if I don't agree with their vision. I want to see that kind of citizen engagement in the city. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Wink.
Could Anderson repeat all of that again, please? No, thank you. That's all. Just kidding. Thank you, Member Anderson. I couldn't agree more.
Anything else, Member Wink?
No, that was just so well stated.
Member Woodward.
Yes, I just wanted to share some information that came from the Parks and Rec Commission meeting last week. The Pirates Cove opening has been delayed a week to June 4th because of lifeguards. There are not enough lifeguards. They've increased rates. They've offered to certify lifeguards, done everything they could. In addition, the classes in the morning for at least the first session have been canceled. So all those swim classes, deep water, some of those things that happen in the morning aren't going to happen because they can't get the employees. So just to let you aware and the public aware of that. I guess I'll leave it right there. So that's it.
Member Noonan-Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with both the mayor and Member Woodward's statements. The city is hiring, and if we cannot hire, our services will be diminished, and it's something that we haven't seen to this level before, and it's frankly for me just really disheartening. And these are really valuable programs to our community. So if you know someone who's interested in a job, please point them our way. Also, the Public Library Board met this last week, and I have just a couple updates from that meeting. We have a new intern in the library who just started last week and is helping with some helpful data collection. And the good news is that the library usage continues to uptick. It's continuing to go up as the pandemic continues to go down. People are returning to the library, and they are actually, speaking of all of our data collection and surveys, they're doing a survey in the library in both hard copy and a virtual format to understand the community's preferences for the library hours. Starting this week, the library is once again open 7 days a week. We're back open on Sundays, and all of the library staff is fully trained on some of the new security standards and procedures. So good news for the library.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just wanted to apologize for my tardiness tonight. Due to the nature of my work, it's very rare that I don't have the flexibility to attend council meetings, but I hit some hard deadlines faster than I expected today, so that was why I was late, but I was glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, I'm just going to add to the case thing, or just the biogas. I was going to speak to biogas earlier tonight, but, and this is more for the council request that came out. Those revenues that you're seeing there are just through the month of March. It's not stated there. So we're actually on track to be bringing in revenues of about 2.1 million again this year, which means that we may be paying off the biogas project much sooner than expected. But as many people know, I actually started with CASE. The reason why I ran was for the biogas project, because we got a group of citizens involved in environmental sustainability, biogas being a major one of them. And obviously, that to me was like the easiest vote I had on council, just because that's what I voted, that's what I was running on. But CASE, it's a great group. It's my neighbors, it's people in the city that are very organized and want to just talk environmental sustainability. That Prairie Park, that Depot Park was originally a CASE idea. Dan obviously ran with it and just made it just a fantastic thing. There's a lot of projects that they're looking for environmental sustainability around the city, and I can't thank them enough for everything that they've done to just get the word out. They're involved in just about every single event at the city, just talking to people about sustainability. So nothing but great things to say about that group, and couldn't be prouder of them. But with nothing else, sorry, Member Russell, go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. So the one question that I had about the lifeguards, because I had heard that a couple weeks ago, have we increased the amount of money that they would earn? I mean, have we done everything we can to encourage people?
We have increased it. It has been increased, what's being offered. Not only that, certification for lifeguards will be paid by Parks and Recreation. So they're doing everything they can within reasonable budgetary means to try and hire, it's usually high schoolers or young college kids.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager, did you have anything to add to that?
No, Member Woodward said that well.
Okay, and then I just have an additional council request with the biogas project. How much of the income that we have generated has been paid back into the sewer enterprise fund? Because I do believe that all the infrastructure money was spent up front. And I actually do believe that citizens that our sewer rates went up because of that. Sewer. Sanitary sewer. Okay, I think that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. See nothing else, City Manager report.
Thank you. Just a couple of housekeeping items. Tim will be, Assistant City Manager Dodd will be handling the mayor-manager meeting. I and a few other city managers have been asked to participate in the Littleton City Manager interview panels, and so I'll be out that morning for that. Also, housekeeping on Friday, I'll be going back, meeting my family in Texas for estate final stuff. And so Tim will be also attending the mayor's, commissioners, and managers meeting. And just wanted to check to see if either the mayor and the mayor pro tem was planning on attending that in Greenwood Village, so that we're represented by council.
Friday at 7:30. I will try to make it. I'm not sure if I can, but I will try to make it.
Okay, great. And I think that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Nothing else? With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.